Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission's first meeting of 2021. And I'd like to, before we ask Ms. Rydell to call roll call, let's go ahead and wait to turn our webcams on. I'd like to first ask staff to please come on and let the public know how they can participate with the Planning Commission electronically.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. If the public would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and this will let me know that you would like to speak. You only need to click the hand icon one time. A raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busk. Also to refresh by way of recap for both the commission and most importantly the public, regarding written public comment, we established a protocol last year that I'd like to remind the public of, and it is in our agenda. Let me just briefly read it for you. It says, please note that the commission may not have time to review written comments received after 4:30 p.m. the Tuesday before the meeting. However, they, that is the commission, will be added, and of course all written correspondence will be added to the project file. That leads me to ask staff to please update the commission and the public if there is any new process in place, for example, an electronic folder that's accessible to the public where they can view online the written correspondence. Has that been established, Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Schwartz, unfortunately, there's been a work flow effort that has kind of bottlenecked that. It is something that we will be doing. It's not up yet.
Okay, we'll continue to monitor that and let the public know. Now, in terms of the public hearing procedure, what you'll now see in our agenda, this is also by way of a recap for our commission and the public, including applicants. On the second page of our agenda, you'll see a section entitled Public Hearing Procedure. And this pertains to the sequence or the flow of our hearings. So let me just quickly recap this. First, there's during a public hearing, an introduction by the chair. Second, staff presentation. Third, an applicant presentation, if there is an applicant, followed by public comment. Then questions from the commission, followed by comments from the commission, commission discussion or deliberation as it's often called, and then commission action if that's required. So with that, Ms. Rydell, if you could please now do a voice vote, and I'd like all the commissioners please to turn your webcams on.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call. We'll start with Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
That is everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Before we go to preliminary matters, and in my kind of a preparatory discussion with Mr. Busk, I wanted to take us to the remote hearing protocols. We received the memo, again, by way of a recap, that was established back in September of last year, since we were in virtual meeting mode most of last year. So I want to go to that memo to refresh for us and also members of the public how we're going to conduct our hearings this year. Again, Mr. Busk and I have discussed this, and it warrants some review. First, I want to express my appreciation to staff for a sentence that's in this memo, because it's how I feel about our commission. And it's that our commission members demonstrated adaptability, flexibility, and commitment to service that has been instrumental in the success of this transition to remote meeting environment. I couldn't have said it any better, so thank you, staff, for recognizing that. Now let's go to webcam use. Just again, by way of recap, we're going to have our webcams on, that is all commissioners, during the administrative, deliberative, and public comment portions of our hearing. When it comes to agenda item question period, after each of the commissioners, separate from the chair, have asked their questions, please go ahead and turn your webcams and of course audio off. During the agenda item deliberation and action, all commissioners should have their webcams on. When not speaking, of course, please turn the audio off, and that will help us manage any background interference. I won't go into chair responsibilities. I've revisited that with Ms. DeBusk. Now, when it comes then lastly to technical difficulties, which we've all experienced, and I think it's just part of the environment in which we find ourselves and the imperfections of the technology, we've now established, and I don't know if the commissioners saw an email timestamped 11:15 a.m. today from staff, and that's if you have technical difficulties, specifically if your internet goes down, please let Ms. DeBusk know, and there's a phone number in this email, we're not going to make that public, where you can, through your cell phone, please text or call Ms. DeBusk, preferably text if you have that capability, so that she'll know the reason for you being offline. Okay, with that, let's come back to our preliminary matters. And what we're going to do first, this is item 2A, is nominations and election of the 2021 chair and vice chair for the commission. Do we have any nominations that someone would like to bring forward?
Madam Chair, I just have a question. Are we doing chair first and then vice chair? We're taking them one at a time?
You know, we've done it both ways over the many years I've been on the commission. So we don't need to take them separately. We can take them separately if
I would prefer to take them separately. I would prefer to
Okay.
take them separately if that's okay.
Okay, would someone like to make a nomination for chair, please? I'm just going to look for a hand that's raised. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate you as chair for 2021.
Okay, very good. We have that. Yes, Commissioner Lodge, please. Commissioner Lodge, we can't hear you yet. If you could just check your audio for us.
I nominate Gabe Escobedo for vice chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe asked if we could just take chair first, if you don't mind, Commissioner Lodge, and then I'll come back to you since I hear your intentions with the vice chair. So we're on chair, and are there any other nominations for chair? I don't see any hands up. Okay, with that, Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on, I don't know, well, let me pause for a moment. I'll ask Ms. Ostranger, do we need to have a second to that nomination for this particular type of procedure, Ms. Ostranger?
Since we're taking a formal vote, I think a second would be good.
Okay, I'm glad I checked with you on that. Commissioner Bonderson?
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, so we have a first from Commissioner Wiscombe, a second from Commissioner Bonderson. Now back to you, Ms. Rydell. Would you please do a voice vote for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
I was wondering if since you're not taking comments on the motion, I'll just vote no, but I have some comments on the motion. Is now a good time for me to make comments on that, or?
Does that mean that you're, Commissioner Higgins, are you ready to vote, or did you first want to express something and then vote? I'm not crystal clear.
Yeah, well, normally when we have motions, we have time for commissioner comments, but this is a little informal, so I'll just make my comments. We have this is not a surprise. I made these comments last year. We have a pretty strong tradition of having these chair, vice chair kind of roll through in a sequence. And so this is a tough spot because I don't want to vote no because of my colleagues' performance. In fact, I don't think will find anybody that can run a meeting or these meetings so effectively and comprehensively as you, Madam Chair. So this is not a vote against you, quite the opposite. You're so good at these that the bar is set so high that it's a little intimidating for us to maybe roll through some other folks that haven't done it or haven't done it in a while. It just as a point of, I guess, clarification on our tradition. We have a tradition to roll, people through these positions. And I think it stems from our tradition as a city as a whole and how much citizen participation we have in boards and commissions, probably more per capita than any other city in the state of California. So giving people the opportunity to come in and out and learn the process to become chair and vice chair, they arguably won't do it as good as you. And so, but nonetheless, they have an opportunity to do that. So I hate to vote no because I fully support you. But I would like to see, as kind of return to that tradition so it doesn't become, too high a bar for anybody else to reach. And that's not really part of, I don't think, our tradition. So that's why I'm just going to vote no on that. With respect.
Your views and comments are very important, Commissioner Higgins. Before we continue forward, I'm going to just ask you to please consider, before this is a done deal, we heard your comments and you and I have had a conversation about process. It would be great if we could come together as a team on this, but I respect your views, so we'll just continue forward with our process. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to further comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have looked at the last, I think, 10 years of the chair and vice chair, and we have been out of that kind of rollover for quite a while. I remember back when Commissioner Campanella was vice chair for 2 years in a row and then moved to chair. Commissioner Lodge, when I was chair, was vice chair, and she did not move to chair. So I think the rotation has been, I think these positions are positions of merit, and that's how they should be treated. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. And I apologize that I didn't ask for discussion on the motion, although this is somewhat more informal. I really should have. So I'm going to ask if are there any other comments on the motion, because I'd like to allow for full expression. Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know in meetings past, one that I can remember, Ms. Ostringer brought up possibly updating the guidelines for the Planning Commission. And I was wondering if it's possible for us to bring this to maybe a more informal, what we used to have lunch meetings, to discuss this process and how it would work in the future, as well as other guidelines in the Planning Commission guidelines, because they have not been revisited since the 90s. And so I think it might be appropriate for us to have that conversation and take a look at those in the near future.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. In fact, I went back to those 1997 guidelines myself in preparation for today, and I do believe that there are a number of sections that warrant revisiting and modernizing, or considering at least updating. I'm going to comment on that, not the guidelines per se, but our lunch meeting's a little later in today's hearing. So any other discussion on the motion? We've had a first and a second before we finish out the vote with Ms. Rydell waiting patiently. I don't see any other hands raised. Ms. Rydell, would you please continue on?
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll proceed to Commissioner Reed
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes with 6 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, we've noted that. Now, coming back to Commissioner Lodge, would you like to then go ahead and make a nomination for vice chair? Because I know you were going to do that a few moments ago.
Myself in the process, sorry. I would like to nominate Commissioner Gabe Escobedo for vice chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a first from Lodge and a second from Higgins. Now, I will ask for any discussion on that motion. Well, I'm going to take the liberty of being both your colleague and a chair to comment myself. This last year has been an interesting year, an inspiring year, a difficult year, and I just want to express my gratitude to the three. I'll still call you new commissioners, although now in your second year, I don't think we can call you new commissioners anymore, but Commissioners Escobedo, Reed, and Bonderson. I can't imagine coming onto the Planning Commission in the climate, the environment in which you found yourself and in which we were all needing to work well together. So this is a big step up for a new commissioner. And I know that should Commissioner Escobedo be victorious in the vote, he would take this very seriously. So let's go ahead and proceed. I don't see any other discussion. Ms. Rydell, would you please take a voice vote on the vice chair nomination?
Yes, Madam Chair. We will begin with Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Our first unanimous vote of the year.
Okay, Commissioner Higgins, gosh, that first one with a no and now a yes, I'm not going to take that personally. I'm just saying it's duly noted. Okay, let me just say as we wrap up this first item, the 2A, that I'm going to be looking with great gratitude. Thank you so much for your confidence and support of me continuing on this year as chair, working closely with Commissioner Escobedo as vice chair. We're going to work in tandem, aren't we, Commissioner Escobedo? We're going to be in lockstep all along the way, agenda management, communications with staff, and I think that's going to make a really good partnership. So I'll be looking to have a very close communication with Commissioner Escobedo, now Vice Chair Escobedo. Congratulations. And with that, let's go to our next item, which are any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items.
Madam Chair, we have none.
Chair
Okay.
Schwartz,
Yes, please, Commissioner Reed.
I believe Commissioner Escobedo needs to change his title.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
let's little housekeeping item there. Okay, let's give him a moment to do that. Thank you for that. See, we're enjoying ourselves already, and we've barely begun our first hearing of the year. Back to
Madam
you,
Chair,
Mr.
are these motions appealable, 10 days?
No. Okay, you can turn your audio off now, Commissioner Higgins. Okay, I'm sorry, we're a little, it's only 1:21. Ms. DeBus, could you please continue on with announcements and appeals then?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. We don't have any appeals to announce. The only other announcement or matter that I wanted to mention, staff has gotten you a little token of their appreciation for your duties as chair for the year 2020, especially navigating the switch to the virtual meeting. So we appreciate your work, and it will be continuing on for 2021. So thank you.
Okay. Do I need to pick up that gavel at 630 Garden Street, Mr. Buss?
Yes, you can pick it up with your next packet.
Okay, very good. Let's go continue on. We're now on 2D, review, consideration, and action on the following draft planning commission minutes and resolutions. So from December 10th, we have our meeting minutes, and we also have resolution number 011-20 for 1221 Anacapa Street. And unless there's an objection, I think we can just take these together. Any edits required or recommended to these documents? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to approve both.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Any discussion on that motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on from Commissioner Higgins and Wiscombe on these two documents?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Last preliminary matter is to see if we have any comments from members of the public pertaining to items not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I don't see any raised hands at this time, but just to remind those that are participating in the webinar, if you wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. And this will indicate to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. You will have 2 minutes to speak. I still don't see anyone wishing to speak. I will ask Ms. Rydell if we've received public comment for items not on today's agenda.
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written public comment for any items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you,
We do not
Mr.
have
Bass.
public comment at this time.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, you can go ahead and turn off your webcams at this time, where I'm going to read into the record the continued item from December 10th, 2020. And I'm going to return back to the documentation we received for this last year to read the item into the record. We have before us today on objective design standards, proposed amendments to Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Title 30, Inland Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 30.145, and associated objective design standards for affordable streamlined housing projects. The proposed zoning ordinance amendments and objective design standards are in response to Senate Bill 35, which requires a streamlined ministerial review process for eligible multi-unit housing projects. With that, I'd like to ask staff, whoever will be making the presentation, to please come online. And welcome and Happy New Year, Ms. Dicey.
Thank you. Same to you and members of the commission, and good afternoon.
Before we proceed, Ms. Dicey, I had a brief discussion with Ms. DeBusk by way of explaining to the commission what our action requires today. Now, we see in the staff report from last year when we were going to take up this item, that we're going to review the proposed amendments, and you're going to help us walk through those. And ultimately, it's to forward a recommendation for adoption to the City Council. So I'm wondering, to help the commission create some kind of mental guidance for ourselves, are there categories that you're going to provide, or are you just going to make notation of the various recommendations among the 7 commissioners and compile those in some manner that you'll explain to us for forwarding to the council?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and members of the commission. Yes, I had not planned really on categories of responses. I think, especially when we get to the objective design standards themselves, I'll just take your comments, questions on any of the standards in the document and forward those along.
One follow-on question, Ms. Dicey. So are you going to be looking for themes across categories to try to express to the council areas where there could be majority agreement, concern, requested modifications, revisions to the recommendations? Again, just to help us kind of mentally prepare for how we might want to structure our comments.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, I think that would be the way I would take it. If I'll collect the comments, if there seems to be common themes on certain topics from the objective design standards or on the zoning ordinance amendments, I would compile those and forward them in that manner.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll go ahead now and turn it over to you, Ms. Dicey, for the presentation. And following that, we will see if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this today.
Thank you. So I'll just repeat, the purpose of the hearing today is to review amendments to the zoning ordinance and review the draft objective design standards that were prepared in response to Senate Bill 35, which is called the Streamlined Ministerial Approval Process, and then ask for your recommendation to City Council for adoption. Next slide, please. My presentation today will include background on Senate Bill 35, including project eligibility and examples of approved projects in other cities. I will also describe our work program, and I will summarize the objective design standards and the ordinance amendments, and then end on next steps. So I just want to note that when I am talking about the objective design standards in this presentation, it's really a high-level summary following the major topic headings in the documents. But of course, when it comes to comments and questions and deliberations on individual standards, we can go to that level if we get to that point in the discussion. Next slide, please. So Senate Bill 35 went into effect in 2018, and it's due to be repealed in 2026. It was intended to facilitate and expedite affordable multi-unit housing projects by streamlining the review process. It was specifically designed for cities and counties that are not meeting their regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, goals that are handed down from the state, including our city of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. So the legislation uses 3 tiers for determining if a city or county is subject to the streamlined review for eligible projects under Senate Bill 35. And they also use this to determine the affordability levels of the housing units that are built. So if the jurisdiction is meeting their RHNA numbers, then they're not subject to Senate Bill 35 at all. Next, if the jurisdiction is not meeting their above moderate housing numbers, they are subject to Senate Bill 35 streamline approval, and projects of 10 units or more must include 10% of those units affordable for lower income households. And then finally, if the jurisdiction is not meeting very low and low RHNA numbers, they're subject to Senate Bill 35, and all projects applying for this review must include 50% of their units as affordable to lower income households. Next slide, please. So I thought it'd be a good time to show how we're doing on our RHNA progress from the data we've collected from 2016 to 2019. And as shown here, the city is making what the state considers insufficient progress in the very low and low income categories. So therefore, we are subject to Senate Bill 35, and the projects that are proposed under that program must include 50% of their units as affordable. Next slide, please. And then to be eligible for this streamlined review process, a project does need to propose multiple rental or for sale residential units. And if it is a mixed use project, at least 2/3 of the floor area needs to be residential. Next slide, please. So this slide is actually something that just came on board late last year. So, and it's a tribal scoping consultation process that's now required. So on September 25th, 2020, Governor Newsom signed a bill that went into effect immediately that requires now tribal consultation. So under the bill, developers intending for review under Senate Bill 35 must first submit a preliminary application, and this starts approximately 90-day tribal consultation process. So what needs to happen is a formal notice for each tribe affiliated with the geographic area of the project site. Then there's a response period from the tribe, and then consultation if the tribe does respond to the invitation. So for a project to be eligible under this new process, one of three things would need to happen. First, the project can move forward if the tribe does not respond to the invitation to consult after a good faith effort by the city, or the consultation does occur, but all parties conclude there's no harm to tribal cultural resources. Or there is another step where if there are potential impacts to tribal cultural resources found, both parties can commit to an enforceable agreement regarding treatment of those potential resources. Next slide, please. So to be eligible for Senate Bill 35, there's sort of a list to go through of whether or not state law has excluded your site from qualifying for that or not. So certain sites are excluded, including in the entire coastal zone or sensitive habitat areas, sites with active hazardous waste issues or active earthquake faults, and mobile homes and RV parks. Also, a proposed project cannot require demolition of historic structures that are on a national, state, or local historic register. You can't demolish housing that's been occupied by tenants within the past 10 years, or housing that's subject to any kind of rent or price control. Next slide, please. So taking into account all those excluded site considerations, we drafted this map to sort of give a general idea of where project sites could be potentially eligible for this streamlined review. Those are shown in white. But it's important to note on this map, we did not block out housing that's occupied by tenants. So there's probably quite a bit fewer sites that are eligible for this program than what's shown here. Next slide, please. So once the tribal consultation process has been concluded, then Senate Bill 35 projects are subject to non-discretionary review process. This includes a determination that the project is eligible for streamlined review and complies with objective standards. There is a limited time frame to complete that determination for the city staff, and that's the time frame that the project complies with our existing objective standards, including design review standards. So that's 90 days from receipt of a complete applications for projects of less than 150 units, or that number is doubled to 180 days for larger projects. Also, I just wanted to point out, per state law, there's limited ability for the city to require a project actually include parking. So per the legislation, a project doesn't have to include any parking if it's located within a half mile of public transit, if it's within an architecturally or historically significant district, if it's within 1 block of a car share vehicle, or if the project's in an area where street parking permits are required, but they're not offered to the project's occupants. And then if parking is required, it is limited to 1 space per unit. Next slide. So on this slide, I just wanted to cover, per the state law, what's considered an objective standard. So according to the government code, it's an objective zoning, subdivision, and design review standards that are in effect at the time the project is submitted to the city. Objective standards, though, can also be contained in other land use documents adopted by the city, such as the general plan, in any overlay zones or any other standard that's objective and broadly applied to development, such as our city's water conservation standards. Next slide, please. And so now I'm going to be talking about the work program part of the presentation. So per Senate Bill 35, the city is responsible for providing the ministerial approval process for eligible projects, which are outlined in the zoning ordinance amendment. We need to provide the application requirements, which are in applicant handouts, and we do need to provide the relevant objective standards, which are in the objective design standards document before you today. Next slide. So the work program process was started with appointment of a work group, which included 2 members each of the Planning Commission, the Historic Landmarks Commission, and the Architectural Board of Review. And they were specifically tasked with assisting staff with drafting the objective design standards. This work group held 12 meetings to draft the objective design standards, and staff prepared the zoning ordinance amendments and were working on draft applicant handouts. Public input to date on this project includes, we had a couple of work program overview hearings with the Historic Landmarks Commission and Architectural Board of Review in February 2019. We had several meetings with members of an American Institute with Architects advocacy group, and we described the work program to them, and we provided admin draft of the objective design standards for their review. We presented the public draft of the objective design standards to the Architectural Board of Review and Historic Landmarks Commission in May of last year. And we also posted them, the draft document, on the website for public input. We also notified the city's Access Advisory Committee that the document was available for review on the website and invited their comments. So now we're moving forward into the decision maker review and adoption phase of this work program. Next slide, please. So the work program was intended to be focused and of a relatively short duration in order to be ready in the event an applicant requests streamline review under Senate Bill 35. So the program included preparing the objective design standards, the zoning ordinance amendments, and applicant materials. I'm also working on a library of photo references that would complement the design standards. But not included in this work program were amendments to any existing zoning standards or preparation of neighborhood-specific or project-type-specific objective design standards. Next slide, please. I am excited, though, to let you know that last year, staff applied for grant funding from the State Housing and Community Development Department's Local Early Action Planning, or LEAP, grant program. And the money is intended to be used to expand objective design standards for multi-unit housing projects, not just those that qualify for Senate Bill 35 streamline review. So we're hoping that we get the award fairly soon and can start a contract with the state and start the effort. And we anticipate, like I said, greatly expanded standards. They could be tailored to different building types or different styles that are appropriate for specific neighborhoods throughout the city. So what you're seeing before you today is kind of the first early step in a much bigger process. Next slide. So I'm going to cover a little bit, just for a few minutes, some of the projects that have been approved under Senate Bill 35. I should point out that to date, no developer has applied for this program in our city, but they have been using this program typically in larger metro areas like the Bay Area or Los Angeles. So I thought it might be just interesting to kind of go over what we've seen statewide. So what I found in my research was a lot of projects that applied for this streamline review were actually already in process before the legislation came effective, but when it was an option for these developers, they switched and applied for streamline review, obviously to make the design review portion go faster. Many of the developers are nonprofit developers of 100% affordable projects. You can probably see by the state qualifications that projects have to include a fair amount of affordable units, so that makes sense. A lot of them do apply also for density bonus waivers and concessions. And a lot of the projects either have no parking or quite reduced parking. And they tend to use similar architectural styles. I've also been in touch with planners throughout the state, and to date, many cities have started, but not quite finished preparing objective design standards for multi-unit housing projects. It's sort of a process that's going on all over the state at this time, keeping consultants quite busy. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So this is just to show you what some of these projects look like. The first two projects were approved in the city of Berkeley. These were really early on when the program became effective. These are senior housing or supportive housing projects, and they do not provide any parking for the residents. The next slide, please. These two projects are in the city of San Francisco, senior housing projects, also with no parking. And next slide. And then these final two were from the Bay Area and Los Angeles for affordable housing. And I believe these two projects did provide some parking for their residents. Okay, so next part of this presentation, I'll now start talking about the objective design standards. So before I get started on describing these design standards, I want to acknowledge all the hard work and thank those who assisted with those efforts. So those included the work group members, Chair Deborah Schwartz and John Campanella of the Planning Commission, Anthony Grumbine and Ed Lemvik of the Historic Landmarks Commission, and Kevin Moore and Howard Wittosh of Architectural Board of Review. And then I had a great team of staff that helped draft and review the standards, and those included Jessica Metzger, Brenda Beltz, Matthew Ozelmatz, and Daniel Golit. And then, as I mentioned, we had multiple members of the AIA advocacy group work with us and give us suggestions, particularly Cass Ensberg sort of helped lead that effort. So I really appreciate all that input. Next slide, please. So now that we're talking about design standards, there is a definition for objective design standards in guidelines that are published by the Housing and Community Development Department. And they define them as those that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official. They're adopted by ordinance or resolution and are broadly applicable to development within the jurisdiction. Next slide. So when we started meeting as a work group and working on this project, we initially intended to source objective standards from the city's existing design guidelines as much as possible so we could have an efficient process and not reinvent the wheel. This, however, proved to be pretty challenging because there's multiple design guidelines. They vary quite a bit in style. They date from different eras, and they address specific areas of the city. Next slide, please. So by the third work group meeting, it became clear to staff that we really needed to focus this effort. And so we recommended, and the work group agreed, that we would start basing these objective design standards using the El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines as sort of our reference document. And we thought they were the best fit for creating this first set of objective standards, and specifically using the Spanish colonial revival style, as this is the best known and most distinctive style of our city. The El Pueblo Viejo, or I'll just call them EPV guidelines, are straightforward, and we found with a few adjustments, they could be modified to objective standards. We also drew inspiration from the urban design guidelines and other sources for topics that are not included in the EPV guidelines. Finally, I just want to note that by using the Spanish colonial revival style, We felt that it was appropriate for the effort because that style really meets other city goals. It tends to be pedestrian oriented. It's human scaled, the buildings are energy efficient, and they can be cost effective because they use simple forms and quality materials and finishes. Next slide. And then this slide just shows a photo example of some of the beautiful details that are exemplary of this particular style. Next slide. So I wanted to show a sort of simple example of how you change a guideline into a standard. So for example, the guideline says that doors and windows should be recessed away from the outer wall surfaces. And the way we made this more objective was to give a specific measurement of how deep that recess should be. So this is just, like I said, a small example of how we use the guidelines that are already provided to us and change them into standards. Next slide. So the design guidelines themselves were drafted with sort of a focus to preserve and enhance the city's pedestrian character, and with an eye on using techniques to minimize the perceived scale of buildings, using landscaping and lighting and other details to beautify sites and neighborhoods, and ensuring materials and forms are consistent with the Spanish colonial revival style. So with that in mind, I will now transition into sort of summarizing the main sections of the design standards. Next slide. So first, we start with building massing and articulation, and the intent of these standards is to ensure that buildings incorporate variety and use techniques to add visual interest to the site and the skyline. These techniques tend to make a structure appear less massive. So examples include requiring an offset in the front facade for buildings over a certain length, changing building facade details to distinguish the first story from upper stories, and varying roof heights. So these drawings that were provided from Anthony Grumbine sort of illustrates the results of using those types of techniques. Next slide, please. So roof design and materials are key features of this Spanish colonial revival style, and the standards ensure that buildings are designed with the correct roof styles and pitch. They use the appropriate materials, and the attention to details for eaves, brackets, vents, rafter tails, and gable ends are ensured that they define the style. Next slide, please. So character defining features, these are the courtyards, patios, paseos, and arches. They're, in a sense, are the heart of this architectural style. And the objective design standards requires at least one of these features in larger projects of 10 or more units. Often these features are part of the required common open yard space and are included as part of project design. Next slide, please. So exterior building details are really important, and they include standards for required elements like doors, windows, color, and texture of the wall surface. And we also included standards for optional elements. So if a building includes awnings or exterior staircases and trellises. The focus of this section of the document is on use of quality materials and also using the traditional proportions that are appropriate for the Spanish colonial revival style. Next slide, please. So the landscaping section is there because landscaping adds depth and beauty to a site. It absorbs stormwater runoff and it provides shade and cooling. What we were able to do in this section is really reference existing lists of plant materials. We already had plenty of lists in the city to choose from. And they specifically include water-wise plants and others that are suited to this architectural style. And we also provide some standards for fences and walls that are used in landscaping. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, parking is not necessarily required for these projects, but if parking is part of the project design, this section focused on reducing the visibility of parking lots and structures to enhance the pedestrian interface. It directs that uncovered parking needs to be located where not publicly visible, with an exception for quarter lots, and covered parking, which includes carports, garages, and parking structures, should either not be publicly visible or incorporate articulation and landscaping to avoid long blank parking structure walls. Next slide. So outdoor lighting was drafted with the intent to use lighting for safety and security and to complement the building, but also minimize light pollution as much as possible. These standards were drawn from and complement the city's existing outdoor lighting design guidelines, but we also updated them to meet modern standards for energy efficiency. And next slide. So finally, this is the last major section of the document, and it's a short one, but it directs that exterior equipment and service areas need to be either hidden from public view or screened using enclosures, parapet walls, and landscaping. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to transition and talk about the zoning ordinance amendments. So the amendments to the zoning ordinance are in the Affordable Housing and Density Bonus chapter of the Municipal Code. And what they do is address the process for Senate Bill 35 projects, and mainly refer to state law for determining eligibility, the process for review, and the timing. Next slide. So the amendments clarify that projects are subject to objective zoning standards, which include density, setbacks, height, open yard, and screening requirements as described in the municipal code. And to receive streamlined review, no exceptions are granted except for density bonus concessions or incentives. Next slide. The amendments also state that a streamlined housing project shall comply with all adopted objective guidelines, design review standards, and development standards, and those include but are not limited to the objective design standards. And other standards that could be applied to a particular project include the Stormwater Guidance Manual, landscape standards for water conservation, and street tree master plan. Next slide. So the zoning ordinance outlines the process for Senate Bill 35 projects review. As noted earlier, the first step now is a preliminary application and tribal consultation. And if that goes well, then the applicant can proceed with submitting a Senate Bill 35 application. After receipt of a complete application, staff reviews it and notifies the applicants within timeframes established by state law as to whether or not the project complies with all objective standards. Next, this project is scheduled for a ministerial design review hearing, which would be focused strictly on assessing compliance with the objective design standards. And then once that step has been made, it can proceed forward with other necessary permit approvals. Next slide. And yes, so after we get a recommendation from your commission, the packet would go to the ordinance committee for review of the Title 30 zoning ordinance amendments, and city council for review and adoption of the Title 30 amendments and design standards. And next slide. And then I'll end on the recommend approval of the objective design standards and associated zoning ordinance amendments, making the finding that they are consistent with the general plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dicey. Ms. DeBusk, as you're preparing to see if we have members of the public who would like to speak to us today, I'd like to ask the commissioners who have questions to please turn on your webcams. Of course, if we do have members of the public speaking to us, we would like all of the webcams on, but well, let's first check in with Ms. DeBusk.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, we do have members of the public who would like to speak. I will go through the slide just so that everyone is aware of how to make a public comment. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. You only need to click the hand icon once. A raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down as shown in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. I will call on Anthony Grumbine. You can unmute yourself when you're ready, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. I have some background noise here, but so I wanted to just kind of jump on and let you know that it's been, as some of you know, especially very intimately in terms of being part of the process as well. This has been a long effort. I liken it to it's the goal, and it is to sort of make in terms of meals, is to make a good hamburger. And so it's even though there's a range from delicious hamburgers to delicious steaks, we're just trying to get a good hamburger out of this in terms of the standards themselves, because there's no subjective aspect to it. Is how do you make a recipe that you at least get a decent turnout every time, and that crosses the threshold of Santa Barbara's long tradition of really great architecture. So the goal here was not to make the greatest, most exquisite thing, because you really can't without subjective design review or without cramping creativity in a strong way. So it was kind of to make the best of what we can to get this. And that being said, the using EPV guidelines, and that was a really great tool, and some things did translate, other things wouldn't. So we did the best with what we could. But I do think it's been a great effort by many, many people. And I think the outcome of it is it will keep our tradition of great architecture to meet a certain, it'll make it that clearance that keeps us Santa Barbara. So I'm very happy with how everything has come out, and HLC as well has been part of the comments and conversations, and the AIA as well. So I'm pleased with where things are now. So, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I do have another meeting to get to, so I won't be able to stay on for later, but if there were any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Thank you, Mr. Grumbine. Ms. DeBusk, any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. I would like to call Fred Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney, you are unmuted and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I only want to make a couple of comments, realizing that the state legislators and several local decision makers really don't probably understand the importance of what buildings look like, and it may not be high on their list to be concerned about. They just want housing built at any cost and at any speed. That's unfortunate for us in Santa Barbara who value our architecture. Two things. One is, if it's going to be objective design standards, then I'm going to continue to advocate that the city hire a design architect with qualifications to do that objective review. It's one thing to have a palette of criteria and materials as demonstrated in the presentation, but proportionally assigning that to a wall surface or a building facade takes some understanding of proportions and other architectural training. And so somebody reviewing that is very important. The second point is neighborhood compatibility. All of our review boards are required to do compatibility findings. That is still, under the City of Santa Barbara review process, a very subjective process, because there is no clear definition of compatibility. And so trying to place objective design standards to neighborhood compatibility is going to be a real big challenge. I look forward to the next phase where that issue might be addressed, should we be able to, Ms. Rosie Deisty said, we may get a grant. If we don't, then I think we're headed for some fairly undesirable building solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We do not have any other public comment at this time, and I would like to ask Ms. Rydell to note any written public comment that we received on this item.
Thank you, Allison, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did receive written correspondence prior to the meeting on December 10th. We have not received any written correspondence on this item since, but the commission has received all written correspondence to this item prior to the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Okay, it's back to the commission for questions. And again, we have our packet from December 10th, 2020, and then also Ms. Deisty's new PowerPoint presentation. So any questions on any of those materials? Commissioner Wiscombe, I see your hand up first. Would you like to kick off the question period?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have a few questions. I can go through them by page number. In our packet, page 9 of 30, and this is really in reference to Mr. Peugeot's letter of December 9th, where we're talking about under 2A, building massing techniques. It states that the building facade on the front elevation shall incorporate a minimum 18 inches deep and 20-foot long offset, extending the full height of the building for at least every 50 feet of building wall length. And Mr. Peugeot's letter cited examples where this is not the case, and quite a few examples. And he characterized this requirement as arbitrary. And I know Ms. Deisty's gotten this question from me beforehand, but I want to get it on the record. So Ms. Deisty, can you respond to how this came about and to Mr. Peugeot's concerns, please?
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe. So the facade articulation standard was discussed pretty heavily among our work group. It did originate in the El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines and also in the urban design guidelines. It's a guideline for building massing, and it generally stated that large or long continuous wall surfaces should be avoided, and building surfaces should be relieved with a change in wall plane that provides strong shadow and visual interest. So that's how the guideline started. So we thought, well, how do we make this if this is still desirable, how do we make this objective? I found this is a really common standard. I looked at other cities and what they have done, and I found a variety of offsets required. Some said you needed a 3-foot deep offset for every 30 feet of building length, or even a 5-foot deep offset for every 100 feet. So we did talk a lot about, you know, how deep should it be? How often should you have this offset? And came up with what you see before you today. And I did get some input from Kevin Moore of the Architectural Board of Review, because he did also reviewed Mr. Peugeot's letter. And his input, he said that the buildings listed in the letter have other authentic details that make up for lack of modulation. And he felt that the 50-foot rhythm is important because it encourages designers to break massing up in a way that's similar to typical lot widths. And this helps new buildings be more compatible with surrounding areas. So that's where it came from. And yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
It does. But then the buildings that Mr. Peugeot cited then can't be done under these objective design standards. We have to apply this. Articulation. Is that correct?
That's correct. It is one of the required techniques.
Okay.
As it's written right now.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. And then on the same page, I think it's 2 building design 2D. IA states vary height by at least 2 feet over a portion of the main building. And I find portion to be a subjective term, not an objective term. And I'm wondering if you have a response to that, or if there's a way to word that so it takes the subjectivity out of that by using the word portion.
Yes. excuse me, Commissioner Wiscombe. I agree. We did not define portion. I don't know if we noticed at the time that it is somewhat subjective. So I would recommend that we do come up with a percentage or some other kind of metric so we can reduce that subjectivity. I would like to, in cases like this, I like to ask the architects in the work group for their opinion because I'm not an architect and it's a little hard to determine what the portion should be, but that's something we could maybe you could recommend that we define that better.
Okay, that's great. Okay. And then on page 9 again, under F, it states that if the building is proposed to be mixed use between 50 and 80% of the linear non-residential ground floor space on each front elevation shall include doors and windows with transparent glass. And then my question is really, does this requirement drive the purpose of the use of this space? And, you know, what if the non-residential component on the ground floor needs more privacy for some reason? I mean, I can't anticipate every use of a space, but is this too restrictive, or what's your feeling on this?
Yes, I think those are really good questions, Commissioner Wiscombe. And where it came from is that the urban design guidelines and also the ABR, Architectural Board of Review guidelines, have a direction to design projects with visible entrances and provide windows at pedestrian height to provide entrance. So we sort of thought, okay, how do we work with that? And this was another example where I looked at what other cities were doing. I think what I would recommend is when we go to the next phase of the objective design standards with the grant from the state, we should look at this a little better and perhaps refine it where we might want to think about maybe this is a good standard for State Street or Chapala Street, but maybe not other areas of the city. Or maybe we want to refine it by the type of project and the intended use of the non-residential space. I think given that nobody has applied for a Senate Bill 35 project at this time, and because of the 50% affordability, we're not anticipating a flood of projects. It's probably good enough for the meantime, but it is something I think that should be perhaps tailored appropriately for the type of use, like you said.
Great, okay, yeah, good. I think that's a great answer on that. And then just two last questions. Can you explain, there was no link to the EPV design guidelines, but you know, there are lots of references to that document. And am I correct, you're developing, you're taking things out of that and making your own separate document? Explain that, please.
Commissioner Wiscombe, that's a really good question. Yeah, we realized as we wrote this that there's some places in the document or in the standards where we say, you know, choose such and such thing and look at this part of the EPV guidelines, and it already has the examples there. This was, again, not wanting to reinvent the wheel, at least for this first effort. So my intent is to, once these get closer to being adopted and in place for the public, to have a much better website. And in addition to having direct links to that page in the EPV guideline that we reference, I think I mentioned earlier, we want to do a photo library as well. And so that would be the place where people could see examples of, you know, the type of windows we're talking about, or the landscaping, or any kind of those building details. So it is a work in progress. We didn't want to go too far at this time, not because these haven't been finalized yet, but as we're getting closer and getting to city council and stuff, it'll be time to start refining those links and references to other documents in the city.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're going to have links to specific references in the EPV guidelines that can direct someone that uses Senate Bill 35 to find these easily. without having
Correct.
to go through the whole document. Great, okay, that's great. Okay, and then my last question is really for the AIA letter we got on the 8th of December of last year. And this is on page 27 of 30E, procedure 2, ministerial design review. AIA letter states that stated that an official hearing is subject to public notice is contrary to the concept of ministerial review as state law requires. So I think maybe if you can respond to this, Ms. Dicey, or maybe Ms. Ostringer can respond to it, I think we need to get that on the record too.
Okay, Chair Wiscombe, or not Chair, sorry, Commissioner Wiscombe.
That was years ago.
So I'll start, and then if Ms. Ostringer wants to come on as well, I'll let her finish. I know that state law does allow design review as long as it's objective and strictly focused on compliance with standards and occurs within the timeframes required of the legislation. We did speak with, here she is. I'll let Ms. Ostringer finish.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you. Yes, it allows design review. Where the link is our city charter. The city charter requires that all projects that receive a building permit be approved by design review, either the HLC or the ABR. So what this contemplates is, because that approval is needed, it will go in front of the ABR. They'll approve it. They'll just be looking at it to determine whether it complies with our objective design standards, and then it'll move forward. Also, under our charter, they require that any decision of the ABR is appealable to City Council. So by the interested party, the applicant themselves, not another member of the public. So if the ABR or the HLC were to deny the project, finding that it was not, didn't meet the objective standards, then it could be appealed, that decision could be appealed to council by the applicant.
Okay, so the only appeal process is the applicant themselves.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you, Ms. Ostringer. And Ms. Dicey, thank you for the answers to the questions. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Other questions, please, to staff? Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. So I'll also go back to the AIA letter and ask a couple of questions from that. Let's see. So they spoke about the EPV design guidelines as the initial template, as the presentation outlined. And it's understood that the proposed ODS will apply citywide until standards can be created and put in place for properties outside the historic district. That makes sense. And they were emphasizing this urgency for a clear time frame for that next step or that process. And so I'm just curious, from your perspective, what would that time frame be for design standards outside the EPV?
So Commissioner Reed, just to start, I want to be clear that this initial effort, these design standards will apply throughout the city, not just EPV. So
yeah.
Okay. So the next phase, so the grant we applied for is sort of a over-the-counter grant. So we don't really have any concern that we won't get it. It's just a matter of the state giving us final approval to move forward and starting a contract between us and the state. I think they had a couple questions about our proposal, and we've had a little back and forth with them. Originally, I was hoping we would have actually started last year, but we haven't got that final approval yet. But anyway, I'm hoping any day now we can get started. So the first step would be we have enough funds to hire a consultant to help with this process. So we'd be preparing an RFP and going through those processes. And we also plan to do a really robust public outreach. So the grant, I believe, gives us, I think we have until 2022, and I may ask Mr. Gullett to come on. He may recall exactly how long we have with this process. But we would work within the timeframes of the grant program. And there's Mr. Gullett. Do you have the numbers in front of you?
Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz, commissioners. I don't, but my recollection is that the grant money would need to be spent by the end of 2023.
Okay, yeah. So again, we plan this next work effort to be have a pretty robust public outreach program, a lot of input, probably from AIA again, and a consultant-led process. So it is going to take more time, but we want to start on it as soon as we get the go-ahead from the state.
Gotcha, thank you. They also, that letter, Ms. Deisty, also, let's see here, in the context of these design standards outside the EPV, they speak to a preference or a consideration of design principles versus any particular design style. And I was just curious, as it relates to this draft and in the future, can you kind of speak to that process and those considerations, design principles versus specific design style?
Yes, Commissioner Reed. I know we've had many conversations with members of the AIA, and you know, it's really, this has been a really challenging project, and it's really difficult to sort of go, there's some ways you can go is you just come up with a style like Spanish colonial revival, or it could be Tudor style or Victorian or whatever, and you have your design standards for each of those styles of buildings. But the AIA, or some of the members of the AIA, are advocating more for just really good objective principles, like you said, and then there's sort of a box within they work, and then they come up, they have the creativity to decide what the style is. I think that concept will be explored once we do get this grant and get started, and I'm really somewhat going to rely on a contract with a really good consultant firm that can help us work through these concepts, because it's really hard to know right now which is the best way to go. I've seen what other cities are doing. Some are doing style palettes, you know, like I said, to have all the different kind of housing styles you can think of and standards for those. Others are more, again, allowing more creativity and sort of describing the box that the building needs to go in, but leaving it up to the architect to come up with creative solutions. So it's hard to answer that question right now without having more of that public outreach, finding out what the public wants to see in our city, getting more input from AIA members and other members of the community, and then seeing what, you know, an experienced consultant who's been doing this up and down the state, what they're seeing. So I think it'll take a little time to figure that out.
Well, that context is helpful. Thank you. I think the next question piggybacks off of what Commissioner Wiscombe brought up in terms of the ministerial design review. So maybe this is a question best directed to Ms. Ostringer. Let's see. So that was a helpful answer you gave, Ms. Ostringer. I'm just in considering that, I was wondering, so if it, say for example, we had a surprising number of SB 35 applicants, and we just saw this pattern of subjectivity in the design review process, the objective design review process, and we started seeing things getting appealed and kicked up to council. And what would be the recourse if we start seeing that subjectivity creep in? I'm just fearful that there's so many avenues for it to be subjective.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, the design boards are going to get training on what these SB 35 projects are and what their boundaries are. I'm not saying it's not within the realm of possibility that they might start asking an applicant, well, you have this objective, you're meeting this objective design. Yes, we agree, but why don't you add this? So it's a matter of me and staff instructing them, and that's not possible. If it were to go that way, and a few projects were appealed, eventually the council who appoints these board members is going to catch on to that, and that's something that council can address through future appointments or removal of board members. The only other recourse would be to amend the charter, but that requires a vote of the citizens of Santa Barbara.
And Ms. Ostringer, in considering kind of preemptive alternatives to what's proposed here, would it still fit within the charter if, say, based on AIA's suggestions in this letter, they said any compliance confirmation with ODS should be conducted in an informal ministerial setting by the chair of HLC or the chair of ABR? So shrink the board down to a member or a few members. Is that an option?
No, because then it wouldn't necessarily be the board itself per se, but there is the option of putting it on what they call their consent calendar, where there's, I believe it's 2 members review the projects and give approval, and then that approval is ratified at the next full board meeting. Sometimes those happen on the same day, so that's an option. But they do have to be ratified by the full board. So I think, and we've drafted the ordinance to give us that flexibility to decide as staff, as we further consider that, if that's the best way to go, or if we just want to put them on the full board and just get it out of the way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. I guess also related to this ministerial process, I'm curious if, Ms. Dicey, if this will include any sort of compliance checklist or what this looks like for the applicant.
Yeah, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, that's a great question. Yes, we will be taking what you see before you today as sort of a text-heavy written document, and we plan to put all the objective standards in a checklist in the applicant form that we're working on right now, so that the document has sort of the background materials and the intent of what we're doing, but the actual standards that they need to comply with would be a just yes, no checklist. That'll make it much easier for both the applicant and staff who have to make the first call. Are you consistent with objective standards? So that is the plan.
Okay. And in your presentation, Ms. Dicey, it spoke of some of the density bonus incentives. You may have used other language, but it seems likely that all or most of SB 35 projects could have these incentives since they're entitled under state density bonus. Assuming there are incentives attached, when are these incentives reviewed and approved? Would that be before or after the approval of streamlined processing? And then also by whom?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I actually don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Ostringer would know where in the process that would happen.
Tava, I'll let Ms. Ostranger answer that question.
Okay. Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, under state density bonus law, and Housing Accountability Act, they submit a preliminary application, which we review, and then with state density bonus, it would come in at the same time under SB 35, and we would review it and look at the project to see what incentives they're asking for, and if it qualifies for that density bonus. We have a certain amount of time to do that. We would let the applicant know. The project wouldn't be deemed complete if for some reason, their state density bonus incentives requested or units requested didn't meet the law. So they'll be reviewed in tandem as they go forward.
Okay. And
Sorry, Commissioner Reed, that's in particular because when you read the government code section that's codified SB 35, it talks about them relating to each other and density and counting towards units. So they're intended to be moved forward together.
understood. I'm curious if this came up in staff's considerations or the working group, just since the Spanish colonial revival style can be used by SB 35 projects anywhere in the city. I'm curious, can non-SB 35 projects also use this standard until objective design standards are established by area?
So Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, yes, non-SB 35 projects could use these standards. I don't think we would require them to use it, but they would have the option. And it looks like Ms. Ostranger wants to weigh in as well.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, yeah, Ms. Dicey's correct. It would be an option that a developer could look towards, but any non-SB 35 projects are still going to be reviewed under our standard compatibility guidelines. So it would maybe be a guiding principle that a developer would want to, particularly outside developers would want to look at to see what we like in this city, but they can't be used to circumvent our existing compatibility analysis under Title 22.
Yeah, okay. And this might also be for you, Ms. Ostranger. In terms of SB 330, our joint meeting with council, it looked like one of the more substantial work efforts presented was the citywide ODS to satisfy SB 330. And I don't know if this is the right forum to bring it up, but for the public's benefit, for all of our benefits, can you explain the difference between SB 35 objective design standards and SB 330 objective design standards?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, the difference is really just the vehicle for how they get there. They generally talk about objectivity in the same way. At this point, we don't have those objective design standards, so we're continuing on our path and we apply our standards that we have in general. And the public has been okay with that particularly. We would generally assert our charter power to override SB 330 if necessary.
Okay. And would Spanish colonial revival be used in the EPV under SB 330, or will there be an entirely separate effort for design standards in the EPV?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I think I'd have to ask Mr. Gold or Ms. Dicey to answer that question.
Commissioner Reed, could you repeat the question again? I just want to make sure I understand it.
Yeah, of course. So will Spanish colonial revival be used in the EPV under SB 330, or will there be a separate effort for objective design standards in the EPV?
Commissioner Reed, I think I understand what you're asking for. So within EPV, I know that Spanish colonial revival is one of the required styles, but there is also, I believe, other related styles that are allowed that we didn't have specific objective standards for. I believe it's Monterey style, and there might be one other. I might need one of the more experts in EPV to come on for that. But so I would think in the next objective design standards phase, we might want to take a closer look at EPV. I mean, we wrote these intending for these projects, if they are proposed in EPV, they would be compatible because they would be Spanish colonial revival. But because other styles are allowed in EPV, we'd want to look at that a little more closely and maybe expand what we've already presented before you today so that we can cover those other allowed styles. I don't know if it would require much adjustment because they're all sort of Spanish colonial related, but there's some nuances there. We did talk about that in the beginning with the work group. And for example, the other styles that are mentioned, they felt were a little more nuanced and a little more complicated to do objectively. So we would need to spend a little more time on that.
Okay. And last question, Ms. Deisty. So will different objective design standard styles become effective one by one, or will all of the styles of ODS take effect when the last objective design standard is completed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed. I believe the next phase would be everything would become effective at once, because we'd have to do a similar process for what we're doing today, which would be, you know, we would consult or have hearings with the HLC and ABR. We'd come to the Planning Commission, we'd go to City Council. So it would be a packet that would become effective all at once.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's it, Chair Schwartz.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Lodge, would you like to go next with questions of staff? We can't hear you yet, Commissioner Lodge.
I'm sorry, I had to move my screen so I could reach the button for the mute button. Yes, I was thinking that Commissioner Reed's questions about 330, Senate Bill 330 would answer my question, but I'm still not clear. There is a project going through. I was at the last ABR meeting, 425 Santa Barbara Street, that is under Senate Bill 330. Ms. Ostranger or Ms. Deisty, could you expand a little on what that would be, what that is using, or how that's being used on that project?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lodge, I'm not sure which project that is. And I'd have to look to see, all projects are generally subject to SB 330, and for benefit of the public, SB 330 is the Housing Accountability Act that's codified in the government code and addresses multifamily housing. So they're all subject to, multifamily housing is all subject to the Housing Accountability Act. However, we don't have objective design standards per se in place, so we apply the design standards that we currently have. The boards and commissions understand that under the Housing Accountability Act, they can't reduce the density of a project. And so they apply our compatibility analysis and our design guidelines with that understanding.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Deisty made a comment about the tribal review, and it's that I assume is it doesn't matter whether there are tribal lands within the jurisdiction. It's just everywhere, I take it. That's
Yeah,
correct?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lodge, that's correct. I think according to AB 168, it's just a process that needs to happen. Similar like you would do for any other project that required that consultation. Like I said, it was a brand new bill that was signed by Governor Newsom. I'm not sure how it came about, but yeah, it would be a process that adds time, honestly, to the whole process, but they must have felt it was important enough to add in.
And apparently there was some urgency in it since it went into effect before the end of the year.
Yes, correct. And Ms. Ostringer might want to chime in.
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lodge. Within the bill, the explanation that they give for the urgency is that it was an oversight in the adoption of or implementation of SB 35 to start with, and that it should have been in there to consult with the Native American tribes, but it was left out. So therefore, the urgency.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Deisty, or Mr. Bolton, slide 45, it's a 1330 Chapala. As I understand the proposed objective design guidelines, the windows in this building would have to be recessed further than they are here. Is that correct, Ms. Deisty? This looks like it's maybe 2 inches, not anywhere near 4.
Yeah, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lodge. Yeah, I can't tell from the photo if they're recessed deep enough to meet the guidelines. Possibly not. I actually used this photo to illustrate that because it was parking location and design, the parking walls have that articulation, the little arches and things like that in landscaping. But you're correct that this building may not strictly meet the standards that we have before you today.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Any other commissioners want to come online now with questions of staff? Commissioner Escobedo, please. Vice Chair
Madam Chair.
Escobedo, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have a few questions, and the first one is for Ms. Deisty. What does it look like to initiate this SB 35 process? Is there a special application, or does the applicant need to know that they just kind of tell whoever they're submitting their application to?
Vice Chair Escobedo, so to start with, because of the tribal consultation bill that was signed, it's actually stated in that legislation that they submit I believe we call it a preliminary application. So it's the same application that Senate Bill 330 projects submit. It sort of locks them into the standards that are there at the time they submit the application. We actually need to make a couple amendments to that applicant handout to make that clear that Senate Bill 35 projects also do that. That kicks off the 90-day tribal consultation process, and then they would have their own, a supplemental application is what we're calling them now, specific for Senate Bill 35. So it would be an application form that's very specific to this process.
Thank you. And on slide 23, you talked about city responsibilities, and there were a number of them. But when a project, and I imagine it's for this particular Senate bill, it's going to mostly be either the housing authority or nonprofit developers that are going to qualify for this. Did we consult with any of those nonprofit developers or housing authority to get feedback on the process or the standards that we set?
Commissioner Escobedo, I have not specifically reached out to them, and I haven't received any questions or comments from members of those organizations, I think it's actually a pretty good idea, and it could be something you may want to direct staff to do specifically to make sure they've read them and understand them, and they make sense for the type of projects they propose. It's, you know, we've had public outreach and notifications go out, but I'm not sure if they've specifically taken a look at them.
Okay, thank you. And then on slide 47, I believe this is where you discussed hiding and screening, rooftop kind of mechanisms and machinery. Would this include solar?
Vice Chair Escobedo, yes, it would include solar, although we'd have to, well, yeah, it would be included part of the equipment that would need to be screened either by an enclosure or a parapet wall or some sorts of landscaping.
Do you, and the only reason I bring this up is in recent meetings, it's come up in conversation. Do you see any challenges with that? And do you think it is wise for maybe in comments to suggest reaching out to Ms. Parentove, I think she's the climate manager, to discuss maybe some of these standards and if they are possible to achieve given what current technology is?
Yeah. Vice Chair Escobedo, that's a really good question. And I think that would be good direction to speak to Ms. Parento, who's really familiar with what's required of a solar installation, and make sure that what we're proposing doesn't preclude, because multi-unit projects require a certain amount of solar. So I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I think I have for you, Ms. Dicey, is there an intention to share these objective design standards with HCD to just kind of get a sense if we're on the right track, so that when we enter into, we're likely going to get our LEAP grant. When we enter into that work effort, we know whether or not we're on the right track and the different areas where we could probably do a little bit better or direct the consultants to focus on.
Vice Chair Escobedo, I have not done that yet, but it is something I could reach out to HCD and see if there's interest or a staff member who would like to review them. For example, as you know, I recently did the accessory dwelling unit ordinance, and we had that coordination and got comments, but it's in the state legislation that we work with HCD on that particular process. But I could take a look at who's in charge of Senate Bill 35 and if they are also doing a review and can give us some suggestions or comments.
Okay, thank you. And then this is my last question, and it might be for Ms. Ostringer, and it's related to appeals. And I just have a question on whether if an applicant goes to a design body for review based on these objective design standards, and it gets appealed to City Council, is that time in which it takes to, one, get to City Council, then be reviewed by City Council, is that included in the time frame in which we need to approve these projects?
Chair Schwartz, Vice Chair Escobedo, no, because that would be that time period that you're talking about, the 90 and I think 180, if I remember correctly, is it basically, it's made that decision and it's cut it off. So at that point, the decision has been made, and so it would just be moving forward for an appeal.
And if, let's say, City Council overturns the decision made by the design body, would then the clock pick up where it left off?
Yes, but it would just switch over to, it would then just become an approval of the project.
Okay, okay. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins, please, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Escobedo asked most of my questions, I think, but with respect to appeals, an applicant could appeal an approval to City Council if it were, if some of the design treatments were in dispute, correct?
Chair Schwartz, Vice Chair Higgins, I suppose they could, but when the project goes before the ABR, it's going with the staff generally saying this project as designed meets the objective design standards. So the ABR shouldn't be adding or changing. It's just simply a ministerial approval, which we would explain to the board means it's yes or it's no, not it's a maybe yes or a kind of yes. So I suppose if the boards went rogue, then yes, that could be appealed.
So this is one of the great leaps of faith we're talking about here. The purpose of the design review board is to get some collaboration on the design. In so doing, the applicant gets asked to do different things. That's probably why there's a hearing. I just can't imagine a rubber stamp out of any of our design review boards. That would be strange, but maybe a new day is coming. But okay, so I think I get your response. But the other question I have is, and let me just ask it more specifically, I think, than Commissioner Escobedo did, is will HCD review these guidelines? It's part of our housing element or other compliance?
Commissioner Higgins, Chair Schwartz. I don't know the answer to that question because unlike the accessory dwelling unit ordinance, there's not really a process that I've seen that we send it to HCD and they can give comments and get back to us, et cetera. I can look at that a little deeper and see if there's a process for these, but I just don't know if they will review them or give us comments or just they leave it up to the cities. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And throughout the process of creating the guidelines, so back to the question about whether or not comments were given or solicited from the nonprofits and the housing authority, the public, what was the makeup of the subcommittee or the group while these guidelines were being made? I mean, at one point was the housing authority folks never participating in that?
Commissioner Higgins, as I mentioned, the work group was specifically, 2 members of the Planning Commission, HLC and ABR, and those meetings were not public meetings. We did outreach specifically to the American Institute of Architects. They've been very interested in this project all along. We did have public meetings, both in the beginning and sort of midway with HLC and ABR, and advertised those in the normal manner. But again, as I mentioned, I did not do specific outreach to the Housing Authority or similar organizations. So that could be something you recommend in your motion today.
My concern, and I'll save it for a little bit more elaborate later, but it's getting the builders to actually, look at the cost implications of some of these treatments. So thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, questions for staff?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Hello, Ms. Deisty. Happy New Year. I would like to follow up on the topic that Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Higgins just sort of started unraveling, and it leaves me with a question having to do with maybe taking a step back instead of talking about design boards and so on. Prior to getting to the design boards, when we have an applicant submit and then have to to meet these requirements. I'm curious to know what kind of I shouldn't say what kind. Would a discretionary review process be available for a project that might require an exception or modifications or such to be able to work their way through the process?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, correct. If somebody, let's say they originally start as, or think it's a Senate Bill 35 streamlined project, but they are asking, if they're asking for a modification or a variation, then it's no longer a streamlined review process, and it would be go into the discretionary review process. It's just the only changes they can request would be to do with density bonus concessions or waivers, but they can't need modifications or variances from the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. That last sentence answered my second question. So we got the pathway seems to be the same as any other project looking for specific exceptions and modifications, and some would be available and some would not.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you. So my only other kind of thought to follow up with was what you just said just a moment ago about potentially having us recommend reaching out to the Housing Authority. And I'm interested to know, did you have any plans between now and presenting to the City Council to do any more work sessions or any form of public awareness, outreach? And if so, what is it? And if not, would we be in a position today to suggest that for you?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, I did not have plans specifically for additional outreach, although if your commission has enough, say, suggestions or recommendations for such outreach, or maybe even specifically wanting to modify some of the standards, I was planning on going back to the work group, for example, if I needed more of their input. But as I mentioned, those meetings are not public. But should you recommend maybe a more robust outreach process, that's something we could accommodate. I have not scheduled or planned exactly when to go to City Council because I didn't know how, this would go today and if we would need more time. So if we needed to take that extra time and maybe do extra outreach, I think that's something we could accommodate. I don't know if Mr. Gullett wants to weigh in on this as well, since he's my supervisor, but.
Good afternoon again. I appreciate the comments of reaching out to Housing Authority for this project. And I just want to remind everyone, like, this is the city reacting to SB 35. Initially, we were in that lower tier where you only needed 10% affordable and no affordable housing for projects with less than 10 units. So there was initially a need for speed to get this done quickly. And that all changed once we hit that 50% threshold. As Ms. Dicey said, we haven't seen any projects like this. However, this will inform our other objective design standards in that process. So we do want to get something on the books, and we do want to do a much more robust outreach effort with the next objective design standards, which will include a relook at these too. So in the interim, my preference would be we reach out to Housing Authority and move forward to council, and then have a much more extensive outreach process with these objective design standards that involve other specific architectural styles in other neighborhoods too.
Thank you, Mr. Gullett. I really appreciate that feedback. And if I understood it correctly, either Ms. Dicey or Mr. Gullett, you could just give me a yay or a nay. my understanding is that you would prefer to wait until after presenting to city council, getting their comments and so on, before doing a formal extensive outreach. Is that correct to the public?
Oh, so
Public outreach.
Commissioner Bonderson, I think what Mr. Gullett was suggesting is that in the interim, we do outreach specifically to the Housing Authority. That seems like a really good suggestion, and move forward. And then the more robust public outreach would occur when we get the LEAP grant and start working on the next effort.
Excellent. I understood it correctly, and I appreciate the clarification. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Let's see, I think we've gone through my colleagues, so I just have a few questions. Let me start with Ms. Ostrander, if I could ask you to come back online, please. And Ms. Dicey, if you want to stay on between the two of you, I'm not sure who's best. I'm still trying to find the language in Senate Bill 35, and maybe it connects with the Housing Accountability Act, that clearly defines streamline and ministerial, because the gap for me in understanding, and I think could be a gap for applicants in understanding, the process they're entitled to, non-public hearing versus public hearing, is not clear to me. When I look at the intention, the language in Senate Bill 35, Ms. Ostringer, I went back and read to the best of my ability Senate Bill 35. It very clearly states that an expedited process is intended by enactment of this law. So when I consider that, and I want to ask you on page 6 of 30 of our original packet, this is in attachment, Exhibit A. I'll just read this one sentence so that we don't have to try to find it and put up on the screen. So on page 6, it says the city's discretionary design review process is required for any proposed Senate Bill 35 project that seeks exceptions, waivers, or modifications to objective zoning and or these design standards, and then it goes on from there. So what I'm not clear about is if an applicant can go through a discretionary design review process only based on seeking exceptions, waivers, or modifications. That doesn't speak to an applicant's application that does not seek exceptions, waivers, or modifications. Can you comment on that? I hope I'm clear in formulating my question to you.
Chair Schwartz, correct. So yes, so as Ms. Dicey said, if a project goes outside the guidelines or of what's allowed on the objective design standards, then they're going to have a discretionary review, which means they're going through ABR, not in the streamlined process, the 90 or 180 days. So they wouldn't get that benefit. And then they would be subject to our general compatibility findings that are set forth in Title 22. In SB 35, it says that it only requires that we provide ministerial approval. It allows boards and commissions, design boards to give that ministerial approval. So because our charter, which is the limiting power of the city, we're bound by that, requires that all projects go before these boards. They will be the ministerial approvers, if you want to call them that. So they have to do it within the 90 to 180 day time frame. So we recognize staff will be checking these, determining to make sure that they're objective, making the recommendations to the ABR that yes, we believe it complies. I'm sure it's going to be very frustrating for the boards and HLC to know that basically their general role, as Commissioner Higgins said, is to kind of help aesthetically develop projects. And in this case, that's not something that they are going to be allowed to do. They are only rubber stamping the projects. And so I do anticipate some frustration that that may be the case, but with proper training and understanding of the law, I'm sure that they can accomplish this. They're all professionals in their work.
So is there a legal definition? Again, I was going back to Senate Bill 35, the language itself in the bill. Is there a definition that maybe I couldn't tease out from my reading of ministerial and streamline that would further clarify for us what our obligations are in terms of process in a public hearing? And I'll get to the city charter in a minute because I have a question for you about that, what you said.
But I believe Ms. Deisty read the language regarding objective. So with that, then there's the language in there that can't pull it out I know you've looked at it, you know how long it is. So it took me a while to go through it, but it does require ministerial approval and it has to be done within a certain time frame.
Right, I read that, but let me, maybe I'm not asking it clearly. Is there a specific definition for ministerial, that word, and streamlined that would clarify for us our legal obligation of whether or not a public hearing can be conducted on what should be a checklist, this is shorthand, a checklist-based set of objective, not subjective, but objective design standards. Do you know if Senate Bill 35 or the Housing Accountability Act provides us a specific definition of ministerial or streamlined in this regard?
The streamlined, yes, it's the date. That's what the streamlined portion of it is, the 90 to 180 days. There is somewhere in there what ministerial approval is. There's also the common acceptance of the language through the zoning world, which means it's not a discretionary approval. It's if it meets all objective design standards, it will be approved. I'll have to pull out, and I can get it for you at a different time or later in the hearing, where it is that it talks about the design boards and commissions, because I did review the ordinance before the meeting, just anticipating that question actually. But I can't remember which subsection it falls into.
And if I may, Ms. Ostringer and Chair Schwartz, I did pull up, I mentioned HCD publishes guidelines for implementing Senate Bill 35, and they do define ministerial processing or approval as means a process for development approval involving little or no personal judgment by the public official as to the wisdom or manner of carrying out the project. The public official merely ensures that the proposed development meets all the objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and objective design review standards in effect at the time the application is submitted to the local government, but uses no special discretion or judgment in reaching a decision.
Okay, so that's helpful with that in mind. And again, I'm just looking for a clear and consistent process, no judgment about it, just what are our legal obligations and clear and consistent, both for applicants as well as staff, and any other decision-making bodies. And to me, this is a critical question to the underlying process, because if staff is going to be the checklist reviewer, kind of the upfront compliant officer of sorts, to determine if an applicant's application meets the checklist requirements, what then is the purpose? And not only the purpose of going to a public hearing, but what are the potential problems for us and the applicant of going to a public hearing, even with enhanced training of the design review boards? I mean, aren't we setting an expectation that's a false expectation in sending it to a public hearing?
Chair Schwartz, I don't know what expectation we would be setting. I hope that we're very clear with the boards and we can do community outreach so they understand what that means. But we're required by our charter to do it, so it has to be done.
Well, when you say it's okay, and then this is my other question. It's connected, but I only have these 2 questions. And I think you were answering questions both from Commissioners Wiscombe and Reed. And I didn't go back to the city charter. I apologize about that, but the city charter can't override state law in regarding to ministerial and non-public hearing requirements, correct? And if a state law says that we can't, like on accessory dwelling unit, ministerial permits, not going to public hearings. Isn't that right, that the state law would override or supersede city charter in that language in that regard?
No.
No? Okay.
Generally, our charters are binding document. In order to override our municipal authority under our charter, the state has to make certain findings. The state has attempted to make these findings.
I see.
There's actually litigation going on in the state where other cities are fighting this and have tended to be successful. In this case, we are doing the best we can to meet the state's needs and at the same time complying with our city charter that is established by a vote of the citizens. So we've melded this together as best as we can, and I think it's going to work. Oh, I think, did we lose Chair Schwartz?
Yes, it looks like she is frozen. We'll let's continue on and see if she can reestablish her connection.
There you go, Mr. Vice Chair.
Do we want to go into a small recess or just continue, Ms. DeBusk?
Given that Chair Schwartz was the last one with questions, I think it makes sense to take a short recess.
Okay, we'll take a we'll take a recess. We'll come back at 3:15.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
7th, 2021, City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting to order. I apologize for the internet service disruption. I was just wrapping up my questions for staff. I have one more question, Ms. Deisty. Actually, I guess it's a two-part. You had mentioned, Ms. Deisty, on Assembly Bill, excuse me, let me move something down so I don't have something in front of you on my computer. Assembly Bill 168, the tribal scoping consultation. I was just curious how our city is going to determine the appropriate contact for that, since certainly for our local Native American tribes, we have, I don't know if they're called groups or how to refer to them in the valley versus the coastal band. How do we do that?
Chair Schwartz, I believe we have a process for this, and we actually recently went through this for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So you get the list of tribes from the Native American Heritage Commission. I think that's the right name. And then you make the contact with the list that they give you, and then it goes from there. That's my understanding.
Okay. And then to your PowerPoint presentation also, I don't know if it was slide 23, but it was the slide that references, yes, here we are, the relevant objective standards, design standards checklist. Initially last year, and perhaps you and I spoke about this, I was hoping to see a draft checklist as a part of our package. When are we, and I actually think it's important to see that checklist before this entire package goes on to council, because I think approving the checklist through the various other professional organizations, whether it's AIA advocacy and perhaps even including some of the working group members, is important before asking council to consider adoption. So could you tell me about the timing of development and approval of the checklist?
Yes, Chair Schwartz. So I actually had just started, we had started a draft applicant handout, and I was just working on it this week to kind of get it up to speed. And my next step was going to be taking the design standards that are before you today and converting those into the checklist. So other than the form, you shouldn't see anything different really than what's in the design standards today. It would take, each section of the design standards document has sort of a little discussion and an intent, but then we would take the specific, standards. I could use section 2A about building.
Let's use an example. If we could have Mr. Bolton put an example up on the screen that you're referencing, I think that would be helpful.
Oh, okay. So if we go to page, I believe it's 9, let's say in the packet for Mr. Bolton.
Okay.
Yeah. So what this shows is the whole section 1 is just background information about the purpose and intent. But we would take something like 2A, put it in a table, and then it would basically just say yes or no. Have you incorporated this, if this building facade offset? B would be yes, check, yes, no, a minimum of 1 pedestrian entrance shall be publicly visible. So that's the intent of the checklist. I was holding off a little bit on finalizing it because I wanted to make sure the standards themselves were finalized before putting them in the checklist, but it really won't take very long to do that format change.
So then what is the review and approval process going to be prior to council? I mean, council's not in a position to spend their time on all of this detail. And so help me with the timeline then for the checklist review and approval prior to council adoption of the new standards.
Okay, Chair Schwartz. So as I mentioned, this would all go into an applicant handout, and we don't typically have decision maker review of our planning handouts. So I didn't really have a review process outlined for the checklist itself. Like I said, I didn't anticipate changing anything from the language you see in this document before. It's just a matter of putting it into a table. So I don't think there really is a review process separate from the design standards themselves.
Okay. Now with this up on the screen, Commissioner Wiscombe asked you about 2DA. If we could just scroll down just a little bit, Mr. Bolton. And the word portion is too vague. I don't know if perhaps it would, if you think it would be worthwhile for you and the team to go back through this very, very carefully to see if there's any other language, because what we want to avoid, I would think, Ms. Deisty, is to have this all play out and then have it not be clear for applicants and the staff reviewer of objective standards. I mean, because we have timeline requirements under law. So I guess I'll leave that with you regarding that. And if I could just ask you, I know this is sort of on the fly, do you think then, let's call it a quick review, guided review of a checklist with the working group, you know, via GoToMeeting, might that be beneficial so that there is buy-in by that diverse working group before, again, you send it to adoption or before you simply implement it with applicants? What are your thoughts about that possibility?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, I think, oh, well, let's take the example of D1A. What I would prefer to do for this one, where the word portion is perhaps too subjective, in the past, when I was working on further amendments to this document, I consulted with some of the architects in the work group and just got their thoughts on some of these standards and went ahead and incorporated that. You know, I feel like with the work group, we kind of went through this in quite detail and finished our meetings with that group, and putting these standards into a table, I'm not clear that would really change anything at this point. So I hadn't planned on any additional work group meetings, but your suggestion to go over this carefully and make sure we don't have other words like over a portion that might be not clear, I think is a good one. And I would suggest that staff could first, you know, I could get this in the format of the checklist so it's easy to look at. Ask my staff team to look at it really carefully. If there's anything that we feel like rises to the occasion of needing input from the full work group, I think we could call that meeting if we felt like it was necessary. But I think we could get this in that format and move forward without that additional effort.
Okay, all right. Those are my questions. So I'll ask the commissioners to, oh, please, yes, Ms. Ostringer.
Thank you. Sorry, I was able over the break to find that section that you were looking for in SB 35 in the government code. It's subsection D1.
Okay, let me make a note of that. I'll go back and separate time here.
And so I hopefully, I think this might give a little comfort to some of the commissioners, maybe. It does say that any design review or public oversight of the development may be conducted by the local government's planning commission or any equivalent board or commission responsible for review and approval of development projects. That design review or public oversight shall be objective and strictly focused on assessing compliance with criteria required for streamlined projects. And it goes on. So I would certainly be giving the boards this training and what their limitations are.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you so much for doing that extra legwork. That's great. Okay, so now we are at the point of comments or deliberations. Thank you, Ms. Deisty. Unless there is a second round of questions from any of the commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Higgins? Small question?
Yeah, quick question for Ms. Dicey, and I apologize if this was covered, but is there what was discussed at the staff level with the working group in terms of a single member design reviewer on an admin agenda without much in the way of public noticing and et cetera? I mean, is there a meet in the middle thing that the design review could do these projects with one person instead of 5 or 7?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, we did discuss this at the staff level, and I believe Ms. Ostringer sort of talked about the process of going either on the consent calendar or full board. The issue is that if you go only on the consent, then it has to be ratified by the full board, and staff was concerned with the timeframes that the state law allows us. It can be really difficult to schedule those meetings and get projects in on time. So they really had a concern about having that two-step process. So the preference was actually to do the full board meeting, so at least you could get that decision made at that one hearing and not have to go back and get it ratified.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You want to stay on, Commissioner Higgins, since we're doing deliberations now? And again, we're not locked into any categories. This is really just free form comments, recommendations back to the council on what we have before us. Did you want to go ahead, Commissioner Higgins, since you were still
Sure.
online?
I'm going to make some opener comments, and I do want to hear from the rest of my colleagues. I'm sort of similar to the our first item, and I'm really torn. I don't know how it's going to work. I really appreciate the comments by Ms. Ostringer about, it's on the city staff to train design review board members. I think it ultimately, the way this is set up is as good as it can be. It's as good as it gets in terms of trying to mash together all of these objectives, which are, and quite frankly, some of which are mutually exclusive. I think this is a unicorn situation where we have not probably very many, if at all, any projects that will utilize this procedure and then have it marry up to the design guidelines. So what I am interested in is cost-related analysis of what these projects will cost to build by using this set of guidelines. I feel like if I were a nonprofit developer or any developer, I'm just going to, with cost in mind, cost is money, or time is money. So I probably would rather take the time to go through a process to ask for the waivers because of the amount of costs associated with these buildings. We have quite a lot of our existing affordable housing supply is product built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, the multifamily apartments in town, and those are a far cry from what this set of guidelines envisions. Yet they serve a purpose, and nobody goes and drives by these things and says, "How outrageous are these things? These are ugly. They don't meet today's design guideline standards from EPV." That never happens. So it's hard for me to imagine how this is going to really work. But I also don't want to, not have something on the books, like what Mr. Gullett said. So I'm struggling, but I want to hear from my other colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Who would like to go next with comments? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to commend staff and the working group. I think for the most part, an excellent job's been done here. The staff report talks about the objective design standards. The intention is to strike a balance between accommodating the streamlining the objectivity, getting rid of the discretionary design review, and also complementing our exemplary architecture heritage of Santa Barbara. And I think they do this. I understand Commissioner Higgins' comments about cost, but I feel that that the use of these higher quality materials that are mentioned in the standards, they do save dollars on long-term maintenance, and they do help us retain our quality of architecture so unique to Santa Barbara. So just to keep it short, I do support the recommendation, and I'd be happy to make a motion. I do have some comments that go along with that in terms of we do need to come up with objective language for the building massing for the word portion. I think that needs to be fixed. I also appreciate the idea of having the checklist developed. And Madam Chair, I think you mentioned this, and then Ms. Dicey said, go through it and make sure we don't have any other words like portion in there that are subjective words. And I do support the idea of having the checklist prepared before this goes to Ordinance Committee and Council. I appreciated Vice Chair Escobedo's comments about checking with Ms. Parenteau regarding the solar and making sure that was on page 20 of 30 under mechanical equipment, I think, equipment and screening. And just make sure that part of, that we're not discouraging solar here. I think that's important to do. I also feel that it's important to get housing authority feedback before this goes on. And all of these, I think, should take place before this goes to Ordinance Committee. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. I'm taking a few notes here myself as I hear deliberations. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this came to us, my main thought was this is an oxymoron. How do you have objective design standards where so much of it is inevitably subjective? But I have to concur with Commissioner Wiscombe's comments. I think the work group and the staff have done an excellent job, and I'm fully supportive of the recommendation. And I'd also concur with the other comments that Commissioner Wiscombe made, except I'm not sure that it's a good idea to have the checklist prepared before it goes to the Ordinance Committee in case the Ordinance Committee comes up with some other changes to it. I don't have a problem with this being prepared after it's been adopted, but in any event, I certainly support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Who would like to go next with comments, recommendations to council? Vice Chair Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to commend staff. This is, and the working group. This is a tremendously difficult task that you were given. And as Mr. Grumbine put earlier, this is about as good as it gets. And I think this is a good starting point for working on the future design guidelines when we hopefully get our LEAP grant. But I just want to highlight what Commissioner Wiscombe had said about the checklist. I'm somewhat agnostic about the checklist, whether it's completed before or after. But in terms of reaching out to the Housing Authority, I think that's a really big step before we go to Ordinance Committee and getting their feedback, because it's likely going to be their projects that are going to qualify for SB 35. Reaching out to Ms. Parenteau to make sure that these design standards are not too restrictive so that we prevent any solar from being provided on these SB 35 structures. And then I would even suggest, this doesn't have to be a part of the motion, but I would suggest to staff that you reach out to HCD just to make sure, get their feedback. They may have some useful feedback for us, and make sure that we're on the right track, because I imagine, and the way it sounded, is that these design standards are going to be used as the baseline or the template that we're going to use to design future objective design standards. And so it may be good to get their feedback, and we may get some feedback that will help us choose the correct company or consultant to lead us in developing those future design standards. So it doesn't have to be a part of the motion, but I think that's going to be a useful step if we can make that happen. But overall, I'm in favor of this. I support it, and would be happy to second it when given the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Let me, Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Ostringer, before we continue on, because we are making recommendations, not by certain categories, but just from our own comments today to staff to forward to council, do we need some type of a motion, a vote, Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Schwartz, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. You mean when you make the motion to move the recommendation forward, but then with the comments that the commissioners have made? Is that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there may be some common denominators, but maybe differences of opinion and recommendations among various commissioners. And I don't want to get, well, my desire is to avoid getting tangled up in needing a consensus, a unanimous consensus on the list of recommendations. So I don't want to complicate the motion, with varying recommendations that each individual commissioner might express.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, if you're moving the recommendation forward, I think it would be a good idea that the motion include the comments of the commissioners, if those are the recommendations.
Okay, I think what I was looking to understand, Ms. Ostringer, is whether or not we need consensus within the motion on the list of recommended changes or actions that you're starting to hear from various commissioners.
Chair Schwartz, if I think there a consensus, if that's a direction that you would like council to consider, and the commission is coming to a decision on that, it would be good to include it in the motion. The reason I say that is because our minutes are action minutes, and we generally don't include the comments of the commissioners. I suppose we could, but that's generally because they are action minutes. It's just action items that we make motions on.
Okay, we'll continue on and see how the majority of commissioners would like to handle this, and I'll share some thoughts with that. Who would like to go next in comments in the form of recommendations to council on? Yes, Commissioner Reed, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. I think this is a good draft. I appreciated Mr. Golett's comments on future efforts. I understand that this, because of what he explained, this needed to go quickly, and considering all that, it seems to check all the boxes. We have such a important, I mean, it's a high design, discretionary design standard in Santa Barbara, but it's, a very, very important one. And I think this strikes the right balance to satisfy the state law and preserve in these projects, if we even get one, what makes Santa Barbara so great. I think it was a smart move to apply this citywide, the EPV guidelines. So based on everybody's questions, clarification, especially from Ms. Ostringer on definitions and protocols, I wouldn't nitpick this too much, and I'm supportive of it.
Do you have any particular thoughts on, let me just run through this, timing of the creation of a standards checklist, revisiting, kind of tightening some of the language if necessary, including this word portion in Exhibit A, seeking feedback from Alelia Parento on the solar implications, reaching out to Housing Authority, and I'm going to add People Self-Help Housing for review, and also determining if it's either required or effective to have the State Housing and Community Development Department review these standards before going to council. So I have
yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kind of like five bullet points of.
Yeah, starting with the last, I don't necessarily see the relevance in going to HCD at this point. I think the others would be great. I don't feel it's necessary to draft a checklist prior to this going to ordinance or council. And then as far as the suggestion on, I don't know what the language was, but portion, I think, or anything else like it in the draft. Tava gave us the definition of objective design standards, and I was just trying to pull it up. It says no personal or subjective judgment by a public official, and I think, like, this is the standard for the draft. We need to go back and make sure there aren't words such as was identified, and is uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant and the public official prior to submittal. I think that's pretty clear. And as long as that's cleaned up, and I don't think there are many of those occurrences, it's great.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonderson, are you next up with comments and recommendations? And I would appreciate if you could, and I can go back over the list of these bullet points if you need to, just whatever your thoughts are about those.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I did my best to take notes, but I have a feeling I missed some of your bullet points in a specific order that you were going in. So if I missed one, please help guide me back to it and I'll answer it. I wanted to specifically start with the effort to speak with the Housing Authority and People's Self-Help Housing, and Ms. Parento, and you listed a few others. I strongly believe that it is important to include all of these groups that will be affected and will benefit and will be participating in any aspect of this, to get their feedback before the point of moving forward with council, for nothing more than simply making sure that we don't lack information and important details when we do move forward to council, so that we have everything in line when we go, when it is taken to council. Secondly, I don't think this was on your checklist, but I wanted to say that I strongly appreciated Mr. Gullett's explanation about their plans and how they are sort of laying out this future public outreach and awareness, and how that won't come before going to city council, but it is projected afterwards. I think it is a vital part of the implementation of any kind of new ordinance that reaches such a wide audience, and certainly all areas of our city. Let's see if I have the next one. Then you asked about the checklist. I don't have any preference on whether that checklist happens before or after going to city council. I think it is up to the discretion of staff if they are able to compile a complete and thorough checklist that doesn't limit them or slow them down if they do go to council and then they get, limited by the outcome of that. So I'll trust that they can make that decision to the best of their ability for what the purposes are. Chair Schwartz, please help me. What was the other two? I think there's two more.
Let's see, did you mention reaching out to Alalia Parento regarding solar?
Yes, she was on my list of yes, we should reach out. So please
Okay.
keep reaching. I recommend that for sure prior to going to council. What was the
That's
next one?
probably, well, I think the last one was, there was mention of sending the draft ordinance up to the State Housing and Community Development Department for review, just so, in case there are oversights, we don't want to get sideways with state HCD.
Thank you. That was the one that I wasn't able to jot down, so I appreciate you bringing it back up. I do like that idea very much. I strongly feel that the more eyes and input we can get on this, the better, so that the project is as complete as possible prior to going to council. I also want to suggest if there is an opportunity to include clear language on how to proceed, if an applicant to proceed, if they do have exceptions and they need to ultimately proceed with this discretionary option, that they understand that that is available and that they have a clear set of guidelines to follow, so that it's that all options are clear and available. I would like to just wrap this up by saying that I really appreciate this work effort. I think that this is an excellent outcome and very positive starting point. I'm really looking forward to how it's all going to come together and how our recommendations will develop into that next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to the commissioners before I comment, yes, Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the checklist, I mentioned that because I believe someone said, and it might have been Ms. Deisty, said it might be a good way to check for other words like the word portion, which is a, that puts subjectivity into it. And so I'm not totally married to the idea. It's just that I felt that might be a good way to make sure there are not other words like portion in there. And the other thing that came up was HCD. I think Mr. Gullett talked about really the timeline for getting these through, and HCD has a history, I think, of taking time to respond to things. And I would prefer to see these go through and then maybe sent to HCD for when we develop the citywide guidelines, so they can comment at that point. I think that's a more appropriate time rather than hold up these standards with an HCD review that may come back with things that we're not anticipating. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, recommendations before I express mine? Vice Chair Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I brought up the HCD thing, I want to say I'm fully in support of what Commissioner Wiscombe just said. I just think that at some point, HCD, it would be a good idea for them to get their eyes on this, but by no means should that hold up this process. So I'm fully in support of just generally making the comment, and then when it comes time, staff can send it up to HCD, but it does not have to be a part of this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments before I go ahead and express mine? No, that's it. Yes, Commissioner Bonderson, additional comments?
Thank you. I just want to also express my support of what Commissioner Wiscombe, I had to drop the first part of the title, excuse me, it took a second. what she just expressed to clarify the checklist. I feel like that has, the way she expressed it made a lot of sense to me. So I'd like to express support for that too.
Okay, very good. I just have a few comments. First, I'd be remiss if I didn't hearken back to the full year of our working group and the in-depth, I would say almost surgical approach that the working group took in trying to come to terms with an historic effort. We think of how many decades we've had this subjective discretionary project review process. To flip that in a fairly short period of time, or really translated it, convert it to objective, is an extraordinarily difficult feat. So I appreciate having been a part of that at the time, again, along with Commissioner Campanella. And I feel that we need to now move this forward. There's not going to be perfection in doing this. It's going to be continuing.
Mr. Bus, did we lose Chair Schwartz?
Yes, Vice Chair Escobedo, we did.
Oh, she's back. I believe.
Can you see me? Yes?
Yes.
We can
I'm not sure if it's Cox Communications in our neighborhood. I was getting some text messages from other people who are having Cox internet issues. If I'm back online, I'll just continue. Yes? Okay. So having said that, you know, I'm not going to hold up my support for moving this to council based on any lingering, fairly narrow concerns I have. The checklist is a significant one for me. It really has to line up with all the language that we have here and that the working group and all other stakeholders provided input to. And I would say that, again, coming back to what Commissioner Wiscombe identified, and I've already commented on, words like portion and anything else like that just needs to be reviewed very, very carefully, tighten that up. I do think outreach to Aurelia Parento regarding solar is important. Critical to contact the Housing Authority, City of Santa Barbara, and People's Self-Help Housing. Run this by them. I hope that can be done fairly quickly. And the public outreach, and I believe that Commissioner Bonderson referenced this, which also includes significant community education. Again, this is, I hesitate almost to use the word radical. It's a significant departure for us in how we are going to review projects. So we need to bring the public along, not just applicant by applicant, one by one. I feel we need, this really needs to be a broad outreach and education of the public before we possibly get our first Senate Bill 35 project in the door. And regarding the State Housing and Community Development Department review, I think that because of how short-staffed they are, and I'm aware of that, we will not be getting a quick turnaround on these standards from HCD. It's just not feasible given their staffing constraints. So in order to not hold it up, I would say let's not burden them with that now or ask them to assist us with this now. But when we do come back with the, and I don't want to call it citywide, because I think we're going to find that there are going to be principles or templates, palettes, whatever they might be called, neighborhood by neighborhood, not just one single design standard or template that will be appropriate for the rest of the city or the whole city. That, I think, is the time when we ask for and seek HCD review. I don't know if I commented specifically, coming back to the checklist, I'm going to leave it open to staff whether you think that it would be important to have the checklist prepared before going to council or afterwards. that's, I think, your best position to do that. So again, appreciation to staff, all staff, the planning staff, Ms. Ostringer, anyone else who was involved. This is a significant undertaking, and I think we're just beginning, really, in many ways, what we have before us, which is not just in word, behavioral change. And this is what was discussed of training, new training of the decision-making bodies who are going to, in public hearings, have to ministerially review and approve in very short timelines under the state Senate Bill 35 law. So with that, I'm happy to move this forward and to ask if there's a motion and a second to do so. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to make the motion. It's on our screen. Recommend approval of the objective design standards and associated zoning ordinance amendments, making the finding that they are consistent with the general plan, with the following additions to the motion. A review by staff of, a second review by staff, just to make sure that words like portion or any other subjective words are replaced in the document with objective language. And number two, a review by the sustainability department for the, it's on page 20 of 30. This is D, section D, building equipment and service areas. D2, equipment and screening, to ensure that we're not conflicting with those that want to install solar panels. And number three, review by the Housing Authority and People's Self-Help Housing for any additional feedback they might have before these go to council. And did I miss anything here, Madam Chair? I think
Not unless there are strong feelings about finding a checklist. Other than that, we can leave that off. I think staff heard us on that.
I think staff knows that direction, and I think however they handle it, I just thought it might be easy if they handled it by the checklist, but I think it's up to staff to actually decide how they want to do that final check for words like portion. We keep using that word in the document. Does that motion suffice for you, Madam Chair?
Yes, it sounds like that covers the list we've been talking about.
Okay,
Is there a
thank you.
second to Commissioner Wiscombe's motion? Vice Chair Escobedo? Okay. So we have a first and a second. How about any discussion on the motion? Anybody like to comment or, yes, Commissioner Higgins?
I'm going to guess this moves forward nearly with unanimity, and I'll probably make a symbolic objection to it, noting that, you know, it has nothing to do with staff's hard work. Staff has an impossible job to line up too many of the Venn diagrams to make something work. I just don't see any of the Venn diagrams lining up such that a housing project actually pops out. The affordability restrictions, the cost implications of not only the construction and architecture, but the union related wages. The other tenant, you know, locational constraints on our zoning map, and then possibly, you know, solar. I just don't know how something is actually going to squeeze through them, and I can't tell. Well, I won't say that. If you're familiar with the children's book, if you give a mouse a cookie, you know, you may not be, but trust me, it's a little fairy tale about how you know, the expanding nature of it's a good parallel to the expanding nature of our regulatory programs. I fear that this sets a precedent for the next round of how we're going to do this. outside of SB 35. And it'll be adopted such that nobody takes advantage of it, because while we did it here, let's kind of take the same level of objective design standards, which are going to be very hard to achieve, and nobody will take advantage of them. We'll be sending people back through the design review process, and maybe that's better, but I don't know. I can't with full sincerity vote that this will be a productive tool. And again, I apologize, that should not be meant to be sort of in a way that's anything but encouraging to staff. You just have an impossible thing to do here, and you've done a really great job, and I really appreciate Ms. Deisty's hard work, and certainly the work of the committee, and all the parameters and explanations that have been given today by Mr. Gullett and Ms. Ostringer. So a symbolic objection, noting that I'm sure it's going to pass with 6 votes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, comments?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Schwartz. And I would just offer to Commissioner Higgins, I would hope he could get behind this and have a change of heart. And my question would be to you, Commissioner Higgins, is this more a symbolic objection at the state level, the state law you're objecting to, versus how we are complying with the state law? Because I mean, it's my opinion that, well, this is an effort of compliance. We don't have a choice. And as far as that effort goes, I think a positive vote is very important, just to commend that work of compliance, even though it's imperfect and state law is imperfect. So I'm just curious where you're leaning.
I appreciate that question, Commissioner Reed. Compliance with the laws is rather uninspiring. I don't think we are here, and staff doesn't do what they do just because they need to comply with laws. We want to see people use these rules and procedures to be productive. And so, we need to get housing built. I'll just say this. I think that the people of this community, I'll put their needs for housing over that which is our extraordinarily strenuous and tedious design standards. I just think it's more important, in my opinion, to provide more housing. I have to rank those two. I would put housing above our design standards. Ideally, we match them, and the Venn diagram comes together, and there's a little hole with which the housing projects slip through, and they meet our very high standards for design, and we get the housing built. I just think in this case, I'm not sure it's achievable, that something actually is going to work here. So not wanting to sway anybody else or keep this from moving forward, but I'll note that, and I wouldn't favor sending this to HCD now, but I'll note the basis for having HCD review it is to answer the question or help us. Is this actually an impediment to housing production? It's theoretical that it could be viewed as that, and that's, I think, why some of us have asked whether or not HCD has reviewed it. So with that in mind, Madam Chair, I think you should move it along.
Okay, unless I see any further hands for discussion on the motion, I'm going to make a comment myself. So in this regard, I'm a pragmatist or a realist. We have a state law that we need to comply with, and there are lessons learned about what's happened in the city of Berkeley, and this goes back to shortly after this law was passed. I'm not sure if all the commissioners are aware of this, but the discussion came up at the working group, and that is that the city of Berkeley, and I'm not going to talk in detail about what they were or were not preparing as a process, but they held up a project that should have been reviewed under objective design standards. Standards were not used. The project applicant sued the city of Berkeley. It went back and forth between litigation, et cetera. We don't need that in the city of Santa Barbara. We don't need to engender more litigation. So I would rather see us do the best job possible at creating under what's required, Senate Bill 35, eventually there are other laws, and make it as good as we can the Santa Barbara way. I know that term's been used before. Let's take state law, shape it as best we can within our authority, customize it to the best Santa Barbara way, which we're very good at, I feel, collectively, and then do everything else possible to encourage housing applications. I think we can do this. So to me, it's kind of a false choice in my mind to say, we're not going to, and this is not a criticism, Commissioner Higgins, please don't hear it as such. I feel like I would be irresponsible in holding this up and not moving it to council based on some other either philosophical or strategic concern I had about getting housing produced. I think those of you know me know I'm a staunch housing advocate, but the question is, how do we balance state laws, city jurisdiction, city authority, city policies? And I feel that we're on the right track with the package that's in front of us, and we have got to get standards in place ASAP, or we're going to face what happened in the city of Berkeley, and we're going to have to rubber stamp ministerially a Senate Bill 35 project without it going through a process that we think is the Santa Barbara way. So I'm going to support the motion. So with that, yes, Commissioner Higgins, you had one concluding comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me be clear. I sense this is going to go forward. With regard to your example of Berkeley, the city will be protected. Okay. I'll be clear. I would rather have a housing project that could be financed and built than one that could not, because we have to force the architect and the designers to inset the doorways every 50 feet along the frontage. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you about that. Okay, very good. Let's see, Ms. Rydell, are you ready to do a voice vote for us, please?
I am, Madam Chair. I will begin the voice roll call, starting with Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
Nope.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo, or Vice Chair Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yeses and 1 no. Thank you.
Thank you. And this was a recommendation to council. So Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Ostranger, I don't think we need to make any announcements. Is that right? Or do we need to make a 10-day? It's not a project per se, it's policy.
Chair Schwartz, that is correct. There's no appeal
Okay.
for this.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Now we're on to the last portion of our hearing today. It's the administrative agenda. First, we'll go to committee and liaison reports. Do we have a staff hearing officer report, Commissioner Higgins?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Okay. How about any other committee and liaison reports?
Madam Chair, may I go ahead?
Yes, please. Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, thank you. I have an ABR project, actually 2 of them, that took place on December 14th. Both of them were particularly interesting, and I didn't want to miss the chance to share them with you. The first one was for project design approval. It is located at 825 Delavina Street. And this is a project for a 4-story mixed-use building that's going to be using the AUD program, and it is on a site that's currently developed with a private service level parking lot. So for me, that seems like a pretty interesting up and coming project. It allows for 62 units. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. It allows for between 37 and 63 dwelling units per acre using the priority housing overlay, but it's using all of it and maxing at 62. So that is a really, really nice number to hear when we're trying to get more housing in our community. And design approval was requested and the project was continued with comments. So that is moving along. And the second project I wanted to share with you, it came in for conceptual review. It's located at 425 Santa Barbara Street. And the project uses, it's designed to comply with the AUD program, as well as the California State Density Bonus Program, as well as the Streamlined Housing Project Program. And 2 of the units are proposed to be restricted to very low income tenants. And there's also 1 unit to be restricted to moderate income tenants. And so it's using the inclusionary program. So there's a lot of application to these programs that we were just talking about today and that we are working on regularly here. I thought that was really interesting to see it all coming together in a single project. The most interesting part about this is that with all of the AUD and state density bonus, the maximum base density for this site is 19 units, and they're using all 19. So keep your eyes open for this one. The ABR was particularly interesting. Again, it was December 14th, so if anyone ever likes to spend time watching those, this was an interesting one to watch. And just to wrap it up, I'll say that this project was continued indefinitely with comments, so it will be coming back around again.
Thank you. Other committee reports. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. So this is Commissioner Wiscombe and I's De La Guerra Plaza committee. We had our last meeting of this initial effort. There is an opportunity for us to meet again. That was included in our recommendation to council to provide additional comments on additional design elements as it goes through the process. But it was, I haven't served on a lot of these, but it was a pretty proud moment. You know, we've got something very important. It's the center of town. It's a very historic center of town with a lot of strong opinions, you know, or at least going into it, that would be the assumption. You've got a couple members of council, city council, planning commission, historic landmarks, parks and rec. So all opportunity was there for gridlock and disagreement, and we really didn't have a lot of that. We had consensus, and everybody had important comments, and they seemed to play off of each other, and it was just a unusually unified process. And you know, that unity is not all that important if the outcome wasn't great. I think the outcome was fabulous and something our city can, and this is just the beginning of the beginning. So we made a recommendation to city council that the draft concept, the drawing and the elements that we supported and commented on can proceed to the city development application process. That's going to be a long one. But, you know, we had 2 members of HLC very supportive of this draft concept. So we'll see what changes, and that's an important process, but we've got a great start. In the final meeting, we made determinations on landscaping, primarily the trees. So we recommended 2 species that Commissioner Wiscombe, I believe, pointed out in that meeting are very architectural, structural, beautiful, that can be found throughout Santa Barbara. I thought we were headed for a long debate on lighting, because Ann Kale presented, and she's wonderful. She presented a very comprehensive lighting package that pushes the envelope a bit, you know, in such a sensitive area. And surprisingly, the group unanimously supported flexibility. Like, let's move this whole thing. I mean, we're talking about projections onto historic buildings and all colorful lights and uplighting on art and splash pads. I mean, it's like, but we pushed it forward. So we'll see what happens. It's just an exciting moment, especially in terms of downtown revitalization. So Commissioner Wiscombe, that's just a broad overview. I'd love to hear anything else you have to add.
Thank you, Reed. It was amazing throughout the whole. We really had agreement and sometimes unanimous decisions on things. I would say more often than not. The only other item we dealt with, which I thought might be contentious, was the kiosk at the meeting. Yeah. And we all agreed that the kiosk, we would put in the infrastructure for the kiosks. There's a location, but at this point in time, the kiosk was off the table in our concept. So the infrastructure's there, and a future kiosk could be in if needed or wanted. But that was the only other comment. It was really an amazing committee, and I look forward to getting back together with them again when we have more work to do, if council chooses in that direction. Thank you.
Well, that sounds like a beautiful thing, Commissioners Reed and Wiscombe, and I can't think of what compares to splash pads and uplighting, and that's just, you know, that sounds like a lot of fun. What can I tell you in terms of working with subcommittee? Commissioner Lodge, please.
Yes, quickly. I think Commissioner Wiscombe's mention of the kiosk needs a little clarification, that it was to be a little stand at one end of the passageway between De La Guerra Plaza and State Street, where you could buy snacks and that sort of thing. Because it could have. You might want to add to that, Commissioner Wiscombe.
I can. The kiosk has the original idea. This is before Commissioner Reed was on the committee, but the original idea of the kiosk came from our consultant landscape architect, who basically said, "Add food and they shall come." So that was the original intent, and then we, as a committee, struggled with competing with the businesses on State Street that do sell food, and how would this work, and we don't want to compete with them. And then had other ideas. Commissioner Reed at one point said, make it a flower stand, and then there were, make it a cheese stand. And it just, we really struggled with competing interests of State Street, and also really what its purpose was at this time. And so, you know, the majority, I think it was a unanimous decision to just eliminate the kiosk at this point, but put in the infrastructure for it. So, which is, you know, just pipes under the ground, so that we have the capability to do that in the future if that becomes something that the public wants to consider. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Lodge?
It does. Well, I just thought perhaps the other commissioners and the public might want to know more about what this kiosk was supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Higgins, would you like to give the report on our Highway 101 HOV mainline working group meeting from yesterday?
Sure, Madam Chair. The committee meets at this point every other week. I don't know how long that routine will last, but I think it's at least probably another 3 months worth of that. And again, the committee is Commissioner Schwartz and I, 2 or 3 members from the design review boards, and then a number of SBCAG and Caltrans staff. And so we're kind of walking through what the design of the last segment looks like, interchange by interchange. Our last meeting yesterday, we spent the whole time about an hour and a half on the options for the Cabrillo Hot Springs interchange, which is of all of the remaining interchanges going to see the most significant change to how it looks now. The left-hand off-ramp on the southbound side is going to be eliminated. That the elimination of left-hand exits. It's a fairly standard safety program by Caltrans now. So essentially, what we talked about were what this will look like and whether or not it should be 1 or 3 spans. It's hard to describe in narrative form, but talking about putting all the highway lanes together in one big block span, breaking them apart into multiple spans where there's light and air that can pass through the northbound and southbound lanes, for example. So we spent some time on that, and we also spent some time primarily due to Commissioner Schwartz's insistence that we get some clarity from this group on, and she has been asking this for some time, I'll note, how this is going to work with Union Pacific. There's a underpass and Union Pacific Railroad overcrossing there that is a major constraint or bottleneck to how wide we can go. We need their agreement. It's not in writing yet. There's no MOU at this time, although we've been made aware that it's coming and it looks like it's in good shape, but nonetheless, it's not yet formalized. And how that's going to work is a big question. There's also all of these other what they call parallel projects that are along the highway corridor for roundabouts. One of them in this area is the Los Patos roundabout, which is a parallel project. And the commission has already reviewed that, Planning Commission reviewed that project probably 2 years ago on the CDP. Anyhow, lots to talk about right there, that interchange, big deal. But again, I'll just mention that the graphics that are being used to illustrate before and after are pretty excellent. So Caltrans and SBCAG staff should be commended that they are taking really great care to walk these new forms through a variety of different sort of options, spans, retaining walls in particular, different kinds of retaining walls and heights, gradients underneath the overpasses, or landscape options and treatments along the railways or the railing of these overpasses. So pretty exciting, pretty interesting. And all of these things, we're told, can be viewed in other segments of the highway. So you need to look at what this particular underpass might look like. You can go down and see some of these treatments in Carpinteria, for example. So for those that are interested, contact me and I can give you some more examples of what I'm talking about.
Thank you. And I'll just very briefly supplement by saying, I think this is the largest working group subcommittee task force I've been on in my years on Planning Commission. There are 23 members that we have affiliated with this working group. So it's significant, but I think, and I hope you'll agree, Commissioner Higgins, I think it's very well run. We have some fine professionals who help us organize and move efficiently through very complex sets of considerations. Just so everybody is aware, since this is a non-Brown Act working group, the information that's provided to the participants, including Commissioners Higgins and myself, will not be made available to the public during the course of the working group's efforts. So at some point when it leaves the working group and then it moves out for public feedback, at that time, the materials will be public. But right now it's just going to be available to us in some kind of a Dropbox form. And then I would just say, on a light note, even though we don't have splash pads and uplighting and all that fun stuff that they have on the De La Guerra Plaza renovation group, yeah, this is an exciting public infrastructure project. What can I tell you? And for those of us who are really wonky, I guess Commissioner Higgins and I are finding it very exciting, aren't we, Commissioner Higgins? And we're very pleased and honored to be a part of this group. And I think the Planning Commission has an essential role. So with that, coming back to a serious matter as we start to conclude, unless I see any other hands up for other committee, yes, Vice Chair Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just remembered that Commissioner Reed and myself, we have now attended 2 FAR working group meetings, and just wanted to give you an update. We are meeting pretty regularly, so it is moving along, and we just got our first draft map, and we are, each member of the working group is going to be submitting proposed edits and then working through those as a group to hopefully get towards a final draft that we can submit and have reviewed by each commission and board. One of our homework items is to walk through town and kind of experience different buildings and get a sense for what each FAR looks like and feels like. So if you see Commissioner Reed or myself strolling through the neighborhood, that's probably what we're doing.
Okay. While you're on that note, Vice Chair Escobedo, I don't know if I asked you lately if there have been Water Vision stakeholder group meetings or not. I haven't been tracking that. So can you tell us kind of where things are with your involvement there?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the working group is, or the Water Vision SB group is pretty much done now. And following the presentation that we received on the work product at Planning Commission, there were, I believe, 2 additional meetings. Both I did not get to attend because they were scheduled during our Planning Commission meetings, but I was able to submit feedback. And so I believe they have already presented to council, and I did not get a chance to watch that council meeting, but from what I heard, it was positive feedback, and it was a very, very good group to be a part of. It was very extensive, and we had a very diverse group of stakeholders, and staff did a wonderful job.
Great, great to hear. Okay, let's go to this last portion of our administrative agenda, which is appointment of advisory board liaisons. And as I was looking at this matrix in preparation for today, it occurred to me that perhaps members of the public are not aware, and I look at this list, there are 19 of the 2021 PC liaison assignments, 19, both I'll call them standing liaison roles, as well as shorter term, but some of them, as Commissioner Wiscombe and I know, like on Sea Level Rise, are not so short term. This is the significant, kind of broad and deep representation that the Planning Commission has in all the work that comes through and from the city and represents the public. And I think it's important that people are aware of that. It's not just our Thursday hearings, but it's far beyond that. And so this really struck me that there are 19 on this list that we're going to be discussing now. So first, let me ask staff, do you see any changes, updates, eliminations from the matrix that we received just by way of being current before we start talking about the liaison assignments, Ms. DeBusk?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. This list is up to date. I confirmed as many of the committees as I could just to ensure they would be moving forward.
Okay, great. So let's just go right down in alpha order. And I have some thoughts myself here. We'll come to them. Airport Commission, I don't recall that there's been much reporting on that. Let me just make sure. Let's go through the primary and alternate to just do a check to see if you still want to continue. Commissioner Higgins, you're
Madam
the
Chair.
alternate currently, right?
I was just going to ask Mr. Bolton if he could put that list on the screen.
Okay, Mr. Bolton, do you happen to have so we have a matrix that's blank, and that's, to start to populate the fields by liaison assignment. But separate from that, we have our list of 2020 liaison assignments, and that's what I'm also looking at in front of me, where I see the primary and alternate, or the two primaries. There we go. And can we expand that a little, Mr. Bolton? You've got great eyesight, but I need a little bit of help. Thank you. Okay, so here we go. We see the primary, P for primary, A for alternate. Do you two still want to keep this? Does anybody else want this? Have your schedule changed, interest changed? Any of the above?
I'm fine with maintaining the primary unless someone else feels strongly.
And that still works for your schedule, Vice Chair Escobedo?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Higgins, you still want to be alternate? Does that still
That's fine.
work for you? Okay. All right, let's keep going. Architectural Board of Review, we have Bonderson as primary, Lodge as alternate. Are you interested in carrying on? Yes, Commissioner Bonderson, you're saying yes, you want to keep your role as primary. Commissioner Lodge? Yeah, turn on your audio.
I'm happy with all the assignments that I have. So yes.
Okay, let me just ask though, I should have said this at the outset. It's never an offense. It's never personal. If somebody says, I have an emerging interest, or I've always wanted to serve in some liaison capacity for this position or that. So no, I want to encourage everyone to not be shy. If you'd like to ask someone who already is liaison, if they would be willing to step aside or change with you. Let's really be very open with one another about that. But it sounds like Bonderson and Lodge, and I'm not seeing any other hands go up to take either of these positions right now. Okay. Okay, so that remains. Creeks. So we have Lodge as primary, Wiscombe as alternate. I'm seeing two thumbs up. I'm seeing one thumb and one thumb. That's two thumbs. Okay. And nobody else is eager to take over Creeks. Okay. And Mr. Bolton, if you could start to scroll up, please. If you have the ability to scroll up, to just move this up the screen so we can keep, there we go. So Downtown Parking Committee. Oh, I see. We don't have the heading on top. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chair
Let's
Schwartz.
see.
So on downtown parking, I enjoy it, and I'm more than happy to stay in the primary position. I just remember back to Vice Chair Escobedo and I's conversation about it, because he gave me this role, and Vice Chair Escobedo, you had expressed interest in just swapping at some point. So definitely want to make that available if you'd like to take the primary. If not, I'll stay with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. I do remember that. I'm definitely okay with being the alternate again. And I end up watching the meetings anyways, but definitely okay being the alternate and you being the primary if you're okay with that.
Great.
Okay, great. Let's keep moving. So now we're at Harbor Commission, and we have Wiscom as primary, and I don't see the heading up there. Who do we have as alternate? Is that Higgins? No. I don't know. Mr. Bolton, can we see the heading as we scroll down, or is that not possible on this document? I see. Okay, yeah, so we have Higgins as alternate. Do the two of you want to keep these roles? Thumbs up, Commissioner Higgins, yes? You want to?
Yeah, I haven't
keep
been
alternate?
called on to, I haven't
Okay.
been called on to fill in, but it's fine with me to keep it.
Okay, all right. Historic Landmarks Commission. We have Lodge as primary, Reed as alternate. Any interest in swapping or stepping back or anything at all? Commissioner Reed, thumbs up? Okay. That remains as is. Parks and Rec. So we have Escobedo primary, Wiscom alternate. Any change to that? It's all good? Okay. Single Family Design Board.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
this is one that I would like to give up if possible.
Okay. You're the primary currently, right? I'm just looking, and then
Correct. And I wouldn't mind being the
Commissioner Wiscom is
alternate.
the alternate. You wouldn't mind being the alternate? Okay. Can anybody else spend the time? I mean, that's it's tape recorded. You don't have to watch it live. Let's see, where are we? Here we are. Single family. So would anybody else like to step into primary?
I'll
Or has-
switch. I'm the alternate, so I'll switch.
Okay.
Thank you,
um,
Commissioner Lodge.
Oh,
And I can be
okay.
alternate.
okay, so we're gonna have, where are we here? Here we go. Alternate, and then we have Lodge as primary. Thank you both very much. Staff Hearing Officer. You've had so much to report, Commissioner Higgins. I don't know. I think this is like, do you have the bandwidth to do this? I'm just checking.
Yeah, I can keep doing it.
You can keep doing it. Okay.
And Madam, I'd like to remove myself, the alternate.
Okay. Do we need an alternate for that, staff? Is that necessary? Staff Hearing Officer.
Commissioner Schwartz, it's not mandatory. The meetings are recorded, but it's definitely a preference to have an alternate.
I
I
can't
can be
make
the alternate.
I'm sorry, somebody else gonna, I was gonna say, if I can't make it, I will lasso somebody involuntarily, but
I could be the
No.
like.
Okay.
And
Bonderson, okay.
Commissioner Higgins, you'll let me know when you can't be there.
okay, sounds good.
Okay, okay, no lassoing, Commissioner Higgins. No rodeoing, no lassoing, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it light. It is our first hearing, okay. Let's keep, so now Sustainability Council Committee, let's take a look at that. So we have Lodge as primary, Wiscom as alternate. Is that something both of you want to keep as is, or yes, change it up? I see 2 thumbs up. So Lodge and Wiscom. Okay. Transportation and Circulation Committee. Yes, Bonderson is the primary, and then we have Higgins as the alternate, and it looks like that's still desirable. Just going to make a note of that. And Higgins as alternate. Okay. Water Commission. We have Wiscom primary, Higgins alternate. Any changes there? Any desired changes? Thumbs up, Commissioner Wiscom. You want to keep that as primary? And Commissioner Higgins, would you still like to be the alternate for Water Commission?
Sure.
Very good. Okay, floor area ratio, multi-unit housing working group.
Vice Chair Escobedo, it looks like we've lost Commissioner Schwartz again. If you wouldn't mind taking over via appointment.
Not at all. So for the Florida Law Area Ratio
back.
Group, oh, Chair Schwartz, you're back?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I don't know, something in our neighborhood. Okay, apologize. Let's see if we can get through this. So those are two primaries, not a primary and alternate, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just gonna put 2 Ps here. Okay. Highway 101 Improvements Design Working Group. I just mentioned we have Commissioner Higgins and myself as the 2 primaries. We've just started that back up. So I'm gonna make a note that we're gonna continue on with that. Then we go to Sea Level Rise Working Group. And let's see, let's scroll up a little bit on that. So Commissioner Wiscombe and I are on that. Is that hard for me to read this here? Let me see here.
Chair Schwartz, just a note on that committee. We don't know if there will be a need for any meetings, but there's the potential. So we wanted to keep the committee or the liaisons.
Okay, thank you for that update. So we'll leave the 2 primaries in place, Commissioner Wiscombe and myself. Now we go to objective design standards. So when we just had that hearing today, I meant to ask Ms. Deisty if she views the working group's efforts to be concluded. I've been the only liaison since Commissioner Campanella retired from the commission. There was a decision not to assign a second primary. Ms. DeBus, do you know where we are with that working group? Have you discussed this with Mr. Gullett or Ms. Dicey?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, similar to the Sea Level Rise subcommittee, I don't anticipate that there will be a need for more meetings, but depending on what happens at council, they might meet once or twice again.
Well, in that regard, then, that I would like to ask can we make these 2 primary? What's the, is there a restriction as opposed to 1 primary and 1 alternate on this, Ms. DeBusk? Can we just use our own discretion to say we'd like to assign 2 primaries?
Chair Schwartz, I believe we need to keep this one the same. The intent was to not have too many voices in the discussion so that it could move a little bit more quickly.
Oh, as opposed to the working group that we had been on in 2019 where Commissioner Campanella and I were 2 primaries.
I'm sorry, Chair Schwartz, I apologize. I was thinking of the objective design standards that was already done. You're right, this is a new group looking at future standards.
Yeah, so any commissioners have a keen interest, again, kind of coming off of the ordinance work we just did with Ms. Deisty and Mr. Gullett today? Who would love to be involved? Okay, Commissioner Reed. So we'll have 1 primary and 1 alternate. What would you like to do, Commissioner Reed?
Well, since you have, Chair Schwartz, the experience in it, I think you should stay as primary and I can be alternate. I think that in some of our FAR conversations, objective design standards in the future may play into that. So maybe it's helpful to have one of us from that group as a backup.
Okay, that sounds very logical to me. Ms. Ostranger?
Yes, Chair Schwartz. I'd just like to check in with Ms. DeBusk because I know from the past work group that we did, we took two members from each body. So I wasn't sure if we were planning on repeating that or if Ms. Deisty had decided it was 1 person. I just wanted to check for clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Ostranger. I'm really hoping it's 2 primary, and I'll tell you, the work is very intensive and it moves it along, I think, more effectively if there are 2 primary, but even though that's a time burden. What are your thoughts, Ms. DeBusk, from what you know?
I don't have an answer. I didn't realize there were 2 from the other groups. I do think it was intentional to have 1 planning commission because the focus was on design, but I can certainly check in with Ms. Deisty to see if there's flexibility on that.
Well, maybe what we could do just for today is you can put me as primary and Commissioner Reed as alternate. And then Commissioner Reed, if we are allowed 2 primaries, not knowing what the meeting schedule is, at least sort of in concept, would you be willing to consider being a primary, the 2 of us primaries on that?
Works for me, Chair Schwartz.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's it on that one. We only have a few more to go. We just heard about the Plaza de la Guerra working group. How should we consider this? Should we keep on with Commissioners Wiscombe and Reed? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up there also. Primary. The next is Sign Ordinance Review Committee, meets as needed. And who do we have there? There we go. Yeah, so we have Schwartz and Lodge, and I don't think we've had a meeting in a long time, right, Commissioner Lodge? Yeah, so I think.
I don't recall any meetings at all this past year.
No, not in 2020. In fact, that prompts me to ask, Mr. Buss, could you please check in on that or follow that up with? The city attorney's office was leading that, right, Commissioner Lodge? It was actually City Attorney Kalan who was leading these meetings that we were attending. It may even be 2 years ago. Commissioner Lodge?
It may even be 3 or 4.
It may even be 3 or 4. So, Mr. Buss, could you look into that for us?
I will.
Okay, let's put a question mark there, Commissioner Lodge, and we'll just have staff follow up. The last one is the Water Vision Stakeholder Group that Vice Chair Escobedo's been involved with. And is that still going forward, or what do you know about that, Commissioner Escobedo?
I believe it's kind of a as needed basis, so they may be coming back.
Okay.
So
Do you still have the time and interest if
Absolutely.
that's the case? Okay.
Absolutely.
So we're going to put you as primary. And yes, we were asked for only 1 participant, as I recall, so we're fine there. Okay, let's just do a quick check back. Anybody feel overloaded? Anybody feel underworked? Oh, no, I didn't think so. Okay. So with that, I'm not seeing smiles. We have to start with smiles in the beginning of the year because we have a very full year ahead of us. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, just tangentially related is, we normally kind of do this in a lunch meeting where it's easier to give and take or push and pull things because you can unvolunteer somebody for something easier than in person than you can online. So just what's the deal with lunch meetings? Or can we get those back in play? Don't necessarily need a response from city attorney. Okay. Close enough, Mr. Buss, but I just wanted to follow up on that. My interest is high.
Yes. Before Mr. Buss says anything, I would like to say thank you for bringing that up. It was the last note on the agenda for me that I was going to raise. And I want to emphatically ask staff, not today, because I don't want to press you to offer either any suggestions or to decline our requested invitation. I feel very strongly about revisiting this. Commissioner Bonderson and I, over the holidays, just for fun, looked back at the last several years of lunch meeting topics. And it has occurred to me, and I'll just speak for myself, Commissioner Bonderson, we are losing out on, speaking of the word streamlined, in a streamlined fashion, moving through certain types of items in 1 hour, condensed 1 hour, 12 to 1, that otherwise are being folded into and elongating our 1 o'clock, public televised recorded hearings. And to Commissioner Higgins' point, and I feel this way too, especially with 3 new commissioners having joined us last year, it's very difficult to really create the kind of bonding and ideal camaraderie that we had been able to develop in in-person lunch meetings. We still can't do that in person at this time. But the more casual nature and informality of the lunch meetings, I think, really facilitated relationship building. Again, I'm just speaking from my own experience. So I would like to ask staff to take back for your, talk amongst yourselves, so to speak, and then I'd like to have a go-to meeting, Vice Chair Escobedo and I with you to talk about this and see what it will take to make this happen. We had always scheduled this, remember, Allison, excuse me, Mr. Busk, 2 times a month. And we got through a lot of material, a lot of items in those 2 lunch meetings per month that helped us make our 1 o'clock hearings a little more time efficient. I don't know if there's any other comments from commissioners about this. I'm not trying to solicit comments, but since this has been a topic of interest, Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, food for thought. The virtual platform for lunch meetings seems like it's eased. Mr. Bolton will be like, what the hell is he talking about? But it seems to me, as a user, the virtual platform is doable. And with respect to actually meeting for lunch, I would think as long as it's publicly noticed and we're not, we're maintaining social distance protocols in a public open area with a bag lunch, I don't know, that seems like it's also doable, but food for thought, no pun intended.
So Mr. Busk, we don't want to press you or staff to make any comment now, but we're really urging staff to please, in an open-minded way, figure out if there's a way to restore in a virtual setting or otherwise, our lunch meetings, as long as we have to continue to hold our meetings virtually into this year. And we don't know how many more months. I mean, we're all watching the news, we're all experiencing this every day. So it's a completely open-ended crystal ball as to what the remainder of this year is going to look like. And I know we want to be able to recongregate safely. So would you be willing to do that, Mr. Busk? I'm kind of putting you on the spot here for you and the other staff and Ms. Ostringer to talk about that, and then perhaps schedule a go-to meeting with Vice Chair Escobedo and myself to brainstorm.
Yes, we can do that.
That is the perfect answer. The perfect answer, Mr. Busk. Great. And I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. Did I see somebody else want to comment? Was that Commissioner Reed? Or yes, Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, I would just say I would enthusiastically support any sort of variant of the lunch meeting. I think I've heard great feedback on them. I've never participated in one. They're kind of a myth and a legend to me, and I think it would be great for us, for efficiency, etc. So absolutely.
They actually did take place. It's not an urban legend, by the way. Yes, Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate the discussion item as a private over the break discussion I had brought up with Chair Schwartz, and my suggestion, if I could just double down on opportunities, and of course someone somewhere needs to make these decisions, but just to plant the seed, the food for thought comment as Commissioner Higgins used. I wanted to say, once we are in, once that social distancing protocol allows us to again congregate for site visits, that might be another time that it's not a lunch meeting, but it could be a time that's attached to an already a time that's we're already together at a time and connect to activities together. I'm really looking forward to any type of arrangement. I think most of us are probably very willing to be cooperative and get together in any format that seems appropriate to the times. So looking forward to that opportunity to grow and work together and bond. So thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner
Very
Higgins.
good. Yes.
Schwartz. Thank you, both of you, for
Yes.
bringing.
So we'll look forward to staff taking this up, and Vice Chair Escobedo and I will have a go-to meeting with staff on this at the earliest date possible. That's my other request of Mr. Busk and staff. And with that, we're just about ready to adjourn. I'd be remiss if I didn't just reflect for a moment, and I want to say how grateful I am that all of the commissioners are safe and healthy. These are such trying times, and I know that each one of us, personally or indirectly, friends, family, colleagues, are going through a lot. As I reflected back on 2020, I was so pleased and honored that I think we worked well together, persevered, because patience is difficult during these really trying times. And we're going to have to summon all of that again throughout this year. I was reading a lot about civility and civil society kind of over the break and what that really means for us. And I think it means that we don't judge each other for our differences or differing views, and that we can, in a civil manner, agree to disagree. And I think we've done that today, and we'll continue to do that. And I'm just so proud of our commission. And I'm sure as you hear, I hear tremendous accolades from members of the public who watch our hearings. And thank you to the public who watch our hearings and follow us. I think we should be proud of the work we continue to do on behalf of the community and for the public. So thanks to everybody. Mr. Busk, did you want to help us close out the meeting today?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, before we close the meeting, if we could get a vote on the liaison appointments. We need to ratify.
Oh my goodness. Here we were so pleased with the work we did. We didn't even think that we needed to have a vote. So let's have a motion in a second, and then we'll have, yes, Commissioner Lodge.
I move to approve the various appointments that were made to the advisory board liaisons that I know that you noted and that I'm sure staff noted as well.
Yes. Commissioner Reed, did you have your hand up to second that?
Yeah, second.
Okay, so we have Lodge and Reed. Any discussion on that motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on the 2021 PC liaison assignments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start the voice vote. We will start with Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our business for today. I don't see any staff members coming online with any other outstanding items. To the members of the public, please go to the city's website to follow our next hearing and those meeting items. And with that, please stay well, everybody, friends, family, colleagues, and we will see each other soon. This meeting is adjourned.